Good morning and welcome to a brand new game week here at the MODUS Super Series at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And what a lineup we have for you. We have a mixture of experience, some players who've achieved so much, some real legends of the game in action here for you this week. But before we tuck into today's action, let's remind you of what happened on Saturday night when Matt Clark became the weekly winner. Of course, he beat Kevin Painter in the final and he was slightly lost for words after that victory, wasn't he? Here's Henry with the highlights.
Kevin Painter got the better of Kevin Dowling in a 4-3 thriller. Dowling missing a dart to the ball to claim the points. It was Painter who stepped up and got his night off to the perfect start. Dowling then secured progression courtesy of a 4-1 success against Colin Monk. The positive legs difference enough to see him through. Colin Monk was eliminated, but he did get a victory against Kevin Painter by 4 legs to 3. But it was the artist who moved through to the semi-finals. Paul Hogan won the opening game of Group 2, getting the better of Matt Clark by 4 legs to 2. But Clark backed up their defeat with a win. He got the better of Martin Adams in the last leg decider. It's kind of been the trademark of his week. And Wolfie would be eliminated by Crocodile Dundee Paul Hogan, as this double 18 sent Hogan and Clark into the semi-finals from Group 2. In the semis, it was yet another 7-leg thriller involving Superman. The 17 double-4 combination on the 25, which served him so well all week, came up trumps when he needed it the most to seal a 4-3 success. Meanwhile, in the other semi-final, progression was quite serene for Kevin Painter. A 4-0 success against Paul Hogan, who set up a final for the ages.
They require 56.
Now then, Matt Clark, is this your moment to become the hero of the day? To complete your Champions Week charge? And Superman is the superhero of the Super Series. Matt Clark is the champion of Week 10. He's the man who qualifies for Champions Week. He gets the better of Kevin Painter in the final by 4 legs to 0.
Yeah, superb victory for Matt there. I'm delighted to be joined by Glenn Durran to look ahead at what we've got coming up for you today. Let's bring in the list of players we've got in action for you this week. We've got a superb Group A. Just look at that Group A that we're going to be watching over the next 3 days. Neil Duff, of course, in there, but there are quite a few players that you'll have played against. Tony O'Shea, Terry Jenkins. You've played a lot of these. Who are you most looking forward to seeing?
Well, first of all, it's the best Group A I've been involved with. Usually the Group B and C, I've been itching for the Thursday and Friday nights, but that Group A is outstanding. A real mixture of real legends, proper legends. People in form. Mark McGeeney story after Q School this week. The unpredictable Johnny Haynes, and I've just been speaking with Adam as well. It's very intriguing Group A, and I can't wait for it to start.
Yeah, it really is. And you've just touched upon it there. Mark McGeeney comes from Q School yesterday. He had a bit of a nervous wait because he was in the provisional spots for an Order of Merit spot to get himself onto the PDC circuit. He dropped out eventually because he went out early on in the day. He had a really stinking draw, played Lee Evans, lost out, and then of course he then dropped out of the Order of Merit system. But he didn't find out until very late on yesterday. As you said, he He looks fine. He looks like he's putting on maybe a brave face this morning.
Yeah.
How do you then regroup quickly to take part in a competition like this?
Well, I know McGeeney very, very well. He's very laid back, but I got the feeling this morning his answer to me was a bit of bravado. I think he's hurting inside. He openly admits he hasn't put as much practice in as he hoped to do in 2022, and was a little bit surprised how well he did. I think that hurt could be hurting more than he's trying to say.
Yeah, and let's focus a little bit on the first game we've got coming up for you this morning, because we've got the Bull up against Tony O'Shea, a superb game. You've played both of them, haven't you? What do you expect from them? Because Terry hasn't played for quite a while. He's not playing as regularly as he used to. But do you think he can put on a show today?
But when he's playing, he's winning. He's winning local competitions. He beat my good friend Jim Williams in a competition quite recently. I mean, both of them are looking at the World Seniors as well. So it's a real stepping stone, getting some real hard grafting, some good practice. And it has all the ingredients to be a fantastic game. You know, legend's an easy word to use in darts. You know, this pair are right up there with two I respect very, very much.
Most definitely. Henry Deacon, another man who I'd say we respect. He caught up with both of them a little while earlier. Let's hear what they had to say.
Terry, welcome to the Super Series. First time here in Portsmouth. What do you make of the setup here?
Yeah, I'm impressed with it. It's really good. Feels really comfortable. I've had to throw on this board and everything seems really good, yeah.
How is the darts at the minute?
Well, I don't play that much now. I've been in a few competitions local and done really well in them, won most of them. But yeah, I'm playing well, but I'm not playing enough. That's the problem. That's why I came in this, ready to get ready for the seniors.
Of course, the World Seniors coming up in a couple of weeks' time. How much does a competition like this, where you're playing a lot of competitive matches, help you get match sharp for that?
Oh, it'd be brilliant, really, because all the players in there today are really good players. So I've got to pull my socks up to try and beat them today. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it, to be honest.
And of course, a little opportunity to size up the opposition for Purfleet as well.
Yeah, that's right. There's a few players in there that are at Purfleet, so hopefully I can scare them today. And but it doesn't matter. I'm just treating this as a practice week. This is a practice week for me.
We look forward to watching you play. Terry, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Tony, welcome back to the Super Series. Looking forward to this week?
Yeah, of course. I had a great time here last time, made the final, so I've got happy memories of this place. So yeah, really looking forward to it.
Real dramatic game, wasn't it, against Chris Mason last time out? Probably one of the moments of the series, probably not one you want to particularly look back on, but it was a great week last time, wasn't it? Because it was full of legends.
I think at times some of the quality, especially Chris, was brilliant, and I think we all showed a little bit of what we can still do, but there was times it wasn't so good as well. So, but I mean, that's the beauty of darts, and yeah, I had a great week. I really enjoyed it. Had some fun, met some old pals again, and yeah, it was a great week. And getting to the final, I mean, I'm pretty used to that, and I'm pretty used to losing in the finals as well.
Of course, it's kind of a similar feel as well. A lot of players getting ready for the World Seniors in Purfleet, yourself, of course, among them. So it's an opportunity for you to get a bit of time on the board, obviously play in a competitive environment, and also, to a certain extent, size up the competition.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we all know each other so well. I mean, first game on, I've got Terry there, and looking forward to that. He's a great guy, great dart player, but I think we're all in the same boat. We're all looking at this as not just a chance to earn a few quid and get some good practice in, but it's a build-up to the World Seniors, and we've all got that in the back of our minds.
We look forward to watching you play. Tony, good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, Tony O'Shea, as he said there, made the final the last time he was here, lost out to our very own Chris Mason in that final. These two players then, they met in 2010 at the Grand Slam. Jenkins, the 10-7 winner, despite O'Shea having a higher average in that encounter. How will this one unfold? Let's hand to our commentary team of Glenn Durrant, and good morning, Henry Deacon.
Good morning, Abby. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to a little walk down Tungsten memory lane. It is a week full of legends, and legends don't come much bigger than the silverback Tony O'Shea and Terry the Bull Jenkins. O'Shea, famously from Stockport, the three-time Lakeside World Championship runner-up, is silverback, a true legend of the game. And if he gets through to Saturday night, I'm sure Hey Baby will be ringing around the crowd. Talking about crowd favourites, Terry Jenkins was most definitely one of them at his pomp in the PDC in the late noughties and the beginning of the 2010s. 9 major finals for him. Can he get success here at the Super Series? We're going to find out over the next few days. And if we're going to have legends on the stage, we're going to have a legend as a referee, haven't we? Charlie Corsafeed alongside. So we've got a legend in the commentary box. Good morning, Glenn.
Good morning, Henry, and good morning, everybody. What a way to start. Terry Jenkins,
100.
Tony O'Shea. You could be looking at your final also on Saturday night here. When you look at these two players, this is the best Group A I've sort of been involved in. A real mixture of experience.
41.
Even a little bit of youth. I've been chatting with Adam. Lipscomb will be coming up really soon. He's a little bit gobsmacked when he walked in. He said he's been watching these players all his life on TV.
94.
And to be up against them, he's going to really enjoy the experience. So sit back, enjoy, and fire your questions into us. I'm on Twitter at 180 at MSS Dart. Please fire your questions to the pair of us and enjoy the week.
Sure, it's going to be a good week. It's going to be good fun.
100.
Terry Jenkins has come out the traps really well. He's not playing a lot of darts, Henry. He's not playing a great deal of darts
60.
right now, but when he is playing, he is winning local competitions as well. And Jim Williams told me he beat him recently, so you know you never lose it. But he's definitely using this week for practice, that's for sure.
36.
Winner in the ADC Vault series not too long ago was Terry.
Yeah, as a commentator, if you're wondering, we don't just sit here with him, mate. We do a little bit of preparation, and you know, it's the who's who, and our pages are filled with stats here for these two players. But £1.3 million in prize money. Terry
41.
Jenkins won 9 major finals, as Henry alluded to. 2011, 2012. And yeah, he certainly liked the Grand Prix, 4 finals.
60. Terry, you require 130.
2 semi-finals. Outstanding player.
And can still throw more than a mean dart. Didn't have to go for the bullseye there with O'Shea back on 203.
65.
Well, there's Wooly Bully. I'll try and go for that bull as much as possible.
95. Terry, you
Tony
require
O'Shea going down the
65.
19s there. The 133 would have set up 70. So 2 darts at tops for Jenkins.
Game shot on the first leg. Terry Jenkins.
Crisps finish there from Wooly Bully. He'd be delighted with that start, just to get that first leg under your belt.
Second
is
leg,
always
it's
the
Tony
first
to throw
job,
first.
your first
Game
target
on.
of the day. And speaking of target, Tony O'Shea's been with Targa for many, many years. Just the most wonderful man. What
100.
you see on TV, exactly what you get from the guy. He's an absolute gentleman. My England skipper for many years. I was absolutely amazed in 2013 to be chosen for England
81.
alongside Tony, Stephen Bunting and Scott Waits. And it's a week that will stay with me forever. I couldn't believe I was in that team. And yeah, we picked up nearly all the titles that
140.
week. And I have so much respect for the guy.
I had the pleasure of working with Tony at Lakeside. That was my kind of first proper event, and he just the way he makes you feel so settled on the part of the team as Terry gets the first max of the week.
180.
That's what he's capable of. But yeah, Tony was so kind of his time,
60.
so kind of his company, and he's got that way about everyone. Just one of the nicest people you'll not just meet in darts, but you'll meet in life.
Yes, 17 times he played at his beloved Lakeside. 3 finals, 2 semi-finals, but it's a semi-final loss. That's the one that hurts him the most, Henry.
135.
2004, because his best friend in darts at the time was the late, great Andy Fordham. And Fordham had reached the final. And
45.
Tony was
Terry,
playing
you
Merv
require
King
105.
in the semi-final to set up what he called would have been the dream final. Set up play there for Jenkins.
Tony, you require 156.
And already, Tony needs a catalyst. He needs a spark. He's not just getting that at the moment.
118.
That does put pressure on
Terry
Jenkins, but at
requires
his
60.
best. This is what Terry Jenkins did well. Pop, pop.
Game shot on the second leg. Terry Jenkins.
Very, very steady start. For Terry Jenkins, a 2-0 lead. You just want to get them 2 points in the belt.
Third leg,
Just
it's Terry
talking
to
to the
throw
players
first.
backstage.
Game on.
You know, you want to be winning at least 3 of your games today. 3 is a good start. 4's a great start. 5 out of 5 is a dream start. So to get 2 points under the belt,
53.
even though it's a very, very long week, you know, as a I'm getting more experience now in the commentator box and learning about the MODUS Super Series now, and it's not to panic the Monday. I think that's what it's all about.
60.
It's a long week here, and just have to dig in, because a best of 7, it can change so quickly. But someone as strong as Jenkins, he's not going to give you many chances, especially when he's got his iron like that, his second max of the day.
180.
Have a look at this. First thing on a Monday morning, Terry Jenkins, 2 maximums, a 92 average.
100.
But I just get the sense with O'Shea, I think he's going to be the kind of player this week. He's probably going to get better as the day goes along.
Which is not often you say that about someone who, you know, in the 60s now he is.
94.
But he looks as fit as I've seen him for a long time. I've just said to him how well he's looking. And he's just got a silky smooth throw. Look at
60.
that. It's never changed. It's beautiful. Whereas Terry just said he's just not practicing like as much as he'd like to do. Like I said, he's winning tournaments. He's got that winning feeling about
40.
him. And let's be honest with you, he's going to be very, very dangerous at the World Seniors this in a couple of weeks' time.
Here's a great opportunity for the players to get some
41.
practice ahead of the World
Terry
Seniors, but also an opportunity to see how the players
134.
are limbering up ahead of that event. And Terry Jenkins is showing that he is in more than capable form.
He'll set of beloved tops.
94.
And Tony's a long way away again. This is a slight concern for Tony right now. The last thing you want to do is on that opening match of the week is have a
60.
bagel.
Terry required 40.
Double 10.
Game shot on the third
This is a
leg.
really,
Terry
really
Jenkins.
proficient performance for Terry Jenkins. 3 out of 4 on the doubles. 88.5 average. 2 maximums.
Fourth leg, it's Tony to throw
These
first.
first games of the week,
Game
you
on.
just begin to set your stall as to the level you're going to play at if you play well. And Terry Jenkins doing exactly that. And well, I was wondering where that bagel that was on our desk this
140.
morning was, but it could be served to Tony O'Shea very shortly.
He looks mean, mood, magnificent. Just Terry Jenkins at the moment. And for his third max.
140.
But he's here. He means business. He wants to win this week. He's been very honest. You know, he's using this as a stepping stone to see where his game is at for the World Seniors.
60.
Right now, even so very, very early, he's going to be very, very tough to take off the perch.
I'm going to make a prediction now.
100.
I think the 9's going this week.
Yeah, I mean, I've got my 9. I can't speak. Someone's stolen that, haven't they? I had it all written out as well. What an unbelievable... You know, I was listening to the commentary more than darts these days. That's how sad I'm getting now. But how magnificent was that? I mean, it just went across the world, didn't it? I mean, it was just unbelievable. I felt a bit sorry for Stuart Pike, actually. You know, he barely got a mention, did he? This is better from O'Shea.
177. Terry required 138.
The most famous match-winning shot will not be pinned by Terry Jenkins this time. And so O'Shea to get a leg on the ball. This would be for 13, a much improved leg
Tony
for O'Shea, but he's had
24.
to because Jenkins is on a
Game
double
shot
after
on the
12
fourth
himself.
leg. Tony O'Shea.
And O'Shea is on the board.
Bagel. What bagel?
Fifth leg, it's Terry to throw first. Game on.
He's rubbing his hands there. Sometimes on a Monday morning, it can be a bit nippy down there, but I've just been in the venue there. The conditions are fantastic. I mean, absolutely brilliant. And
43.
we've talked so much about the partnership with the ADC. We've talked so much about what a stepping stone the MODUS Super Series is for people. And just look at the
60.
players in the UK in particular who got their cards this week, you know, for Q School, and how many of them actually got their tour cards this week. It was unbelievable. Aaron Monk,
41.
Graham Usher being absolute massive success here. Josh Payne, Adam Smith-Neal, Dylan Slevin, Lee Evans, Stephen Burton, Nick Kenny.
100.
You know, Adam Warner, what a success he's been. You know, all them guys have played the MODUS Super Series. So, you know, if you're out there and about on the ADC, you know, I'm getting so many questions.
100.
How do I get involved? How do I get invited to the MODUS Super Series? Find your local ADC competition, start doing well. And if you get the opportunity to be here, and snap it up with both hands.
60.
to the point where in the UK Q school, only one of the players who won a tour card didn't play at the Super Series, and that was Keegan Brown, who was ineligible to play in the competition because he had a card prior.
100.
Yeah, it was unbelievable. And, you know, names I'm looking out for, the Adam Warners of this world. I mean, he literally picked up his dart, not picked up his darts, but decided to travel and use the ADC.
89.
After watching a game between Keegan Brown and William Borland, and now he's a Pro Tour card holder. It's a magnificent story.
Not to be disrespectful to Adam, not one bit, but around this time last month, not many people would have heard of him. Now he's on the Pro Tour.
99.
I had to commentate on him. I had to sit him down like I did with Adam Lipscombe today, who I didn't know an awful lot about. And just, you know, I sent him a message last night to say how proud I was
100.
of him. And,
Terry required 118.
So this is for the match. Look at the 18s.
94. Tony, you required 92.
And that puts all the pressure on Tony O'Shea now. He's gone the old-fashioned route to leave the ball.
67. Terry, you required 24.
Well, O'Shea missed the ball. But can the ball secure the first points of the week? One left.
Game,
and that's all he needed. And that's a statement of intent from Terry Jenkins. A 4-1 success against Tony O'Shea, an average of 88.75. At most points of that match, it was around about the 90, sometimes dipping just above. That was how good a performance that was from Jenkins to start, trying to set his stall out for the week to come, getting the better of Tony O'Shea by 4 legs to 1. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see the man who lifted the Lakeside title in 2022, Neil Duff. He takes on Johnny Haynes next.
Well, we questioned, didn't we, how Terry Jenkins would play today, his first time here in Portsmouth at the Live Lounge. And I think he answered that question pretty emphatically. A 4-1 victory for him over Tony O'Shea. There you can see the stats from that game. He's not playing as regularly anymore, but settled very quickly, very impressively this morning, ahead of Tony in the scoring phase in almost every single leg. A 14-dart leg in there from him. Efficient, effective, and as you can see, 4 out of 7 on the outer ring. O'Shea did get that one leg on the board, but such was the way Jenkins played in that match, he had to go out in 13 in order to get that, as you can see, pinning 1 out of his 2 attempts at a double in that one. So it is Terry Jenkins who gets the first points on the board of today's session. Next then we've got Neil Duff up against Johnny Haynes. Haynes, of course, there's a lot of talk about people getting their tour cards via the PDC Q School today, because that ended yesterday. Haynes is someone who's done that twice previously, but he's here at the MODUS Super Series today, and Henry Deacon caught up with both players prior to this session getting underway.
Johnny, welcome to the Super Series. Looking forward to the week?
Yeah. I hope it's going to be a good week. Have a go. See if they go all right.
Where's the game at the minute? Obviously, we saw you at Lakeside, of course, in April. Saw you bits on the scenes as well. Where is the game at the minute?
I'm just doing pub stuff at the moment. Competitions on the weekends here and there. So let's just keep your hand in.
Enjoying it, but having that competitive edge as well, I suppose.
Yeah. Got to keep competitive edge.
And then what's your expectations for the week?
Try and win it.
Simple as that?
Yeah, try and win it, yeah.
We wish you all the best. Johnny, good luck.
Cheers, thanks a lot.
Neil, welcome back to the Super Series. 2022 was a good year for you. I suppose you want to be wanting to start 2023 the same.
Yeah, I've had worse years, I suppose. Yeah, it's been a strange year. Kind of obviously after Lakeside opened a lot of doors and kept myself busy. Hopefully this year be as productive.
And of course this week, a week full of legends, but a lot of people are thinking you're the man to beat.
I'm always the man to beat. Listen, I don't care who comes here. There's always a good bunch of lads, always get on well. We'll have the banter in the players' room, but once you come out on here, it's business end. And I just go about my business and do what I have to do.
We've seen you before in this phase, lost in the semi-final. So is this now an opportunity to try and get yourself in the Champions League, second time of asking?
Yeah, but Southampton, I lost in the final. It hurt me. The last night in here, actually, by the time I'd get round to the hotel on the Saturday night, I'd already emailed MODUS and says, get me back in again as soon as possible. I love it here. It's a great format, great way to play. But I just need to push on that extra wee bit on the Saturday night and make a Champions Week, yeah.
We love having you here, and we look forward to watching you play. Neil, good luck.
Cheers, mate. Thank you.
Yeah, the last time WDF World Champion Neil Duff was here, as he said there, he made it to the semi-final on the Saturday, losing out to Robert Rickwood in that one. He'll be looking to qualify for finals night again here this week. First up for him, Johnny Haynes. So let's hand back over to Glenry to see who picks up the points in this one.
Glenry, I like it. Thank you, Abigail. Neil Duff in your picture there, the 2022 WDF World Champion. Up against the intriguing Johnny Haynes, 58 from Swindon. I'm surprised to see him wearing trousers today, because every time I've seen him play, he's wore tracksuit bottoms. He could be a real spoiler in this group, because Johnny could play 5, win 5. He could also be very inconsistent, so it'd be really difficult if you're a betting man whenever you've got watching for Johnny or against him, whereas Neil Duff, honestly, Henry, I played in the BDO system a long time, and I played Neil Duff a couple of times in first round of events, and that's just a gimme. And his improvement in 2020, 2021 in particular was astounding. And the arrogance, the confidence about him. I remember at Lakeside, he'd already won the competition before he arrived, and he backed it up. And like I said, he's the bookie's favourite to win this week, and interested to see how he plays.
The bookmakers have Neil Duff a 9-4 favourite to win the group. He's also the favourite to win the week at 7-2.
100.
Duff, who won that Lakeside title in April, he beat Thibaut Tricol in the final A dramatic final as well, and he did it with darts akin to this.
125.
Had to survive his scares, though, in that tournament.
Like I said, my big memory of the weekend, you know, I've got all the stats in front of me right now, was just how confident he was. He just knew he was going to win it that week. And you know, I might have won 3 Lakesides, but it was only the one against McGeeney that year that I really thought I was going to win it, because I dominated the year. And just to see
60.
his interview today, he's, you know, I'm going to win this group, I'm going to win the week. You know, nothing's changed. It's nice to have that confidence. Just make sure you can back it up. But never write off this guy.
137.
If it was in Swindon, Bristol area, and it was a local competition, I think there'd only be one winner between these two. But that stage just sort of does things to people.
83.
I still go back
to 76.
Robert Owen, who said, you know, this stage is very similar to a Euro stage, very bright and in your face. And, you know, it's like 2 different games, playing on the floor, local comp, and then playing on stage. So we'll see how Johnny does.
36. Neil, you require 148.
Well, this would be some way to start. Not going to nail the 148, and so Haynes for the holder throw-in.
Johnny,
6 visits, wants
40.
tops.
Game
And
shot
a nice,
the first
crisp
leg.
16
Johnny
darter
Haynes.
for Johnny Haynes. Just exactly what you want to do with your darts. I used to always try to win my darts in 15 and break in 12.
Second leg, it's
And
Neil
got
to
the
throw
opportunity
first.
to come back.
Game on.
And the 16s, that'd be happy with that. Both averaging over 90 very early in this game. Neil Duff will just be thinking, just win my darts now.
26.
I remember him winning the darts with a set of Joe Cullen set of darts. I've just been looking there. Looks like he's stayed with them, of course. Having a good season.
100.
See, he won Lakeside, but the England national singles in 2021 along the British pentathlon, which is very difficult. But this year,
60.
2022, the Irish Classic, the Pacific Masters, when they went over to Australia, and the Slovak Masters as well. Very proud of his Europe and World Cup
60.
for his Northern Ireland. So, a great player. Like I say, massive improvement, and will be so dangerous at the World Seniors. Why? Because he's match sharp.
140.
And when you look at his stats for 2022, if he plays to this type, he's going to be dangerous. A yearly average, every game over 12 months has been recorded. 86.56 the average. 36.5% checkout ratio. If he sticks to those numbers over this elongated format, then he is going to be dangerous. That's why the bookies have installed him as a favourite.
And he's thinking already, because using the bull there to leave the big fish. So he's concentrating. Sometimes you can get a bit starry-eyed Monday morning and you're not really with it. But clearly he's thinking well there, but it's really important in this short
106. Neil, you require
someone of
170.
Johnny Haynes, who's left a finish also. You might even look at the 19s at this point, but no, he stayed up there.
100. Johnny, you require 140.
Great setup, but a 140 is a finish we like. It's all about the first start, and he'll stay there. The double 10.
130. Neil, you require 70.
You, Henry, but I fancied that there. He's going to have one dart at tops to go level.
Game
And
shot
one
on the
dart
second
is all he
leg.
required.
Neil Duff.
Big dart. Very, very early in the competition here, but a pivotal moment already in this match. Neil Duff is
Third
up for
leg,
the
it's Johnny
challenge.
to throw first.
Neil
Game
Duff
on.
is here to win.
And this game is kind of the moniker for what we expected this week. Quality darts and tight matches.
96.
A lot of fluency already. I thought we've talked about the 6 players. I watched the games last week, and a lot of methodical players, a lot of real gritty, even a bit like the way I played the game.
95.
Very, and it was like each game was like a real grind, whereas this week there's a lot of fluent players out there. So there's a real
100.
mixture of legends, and like Adam sat in there, Adam Lipscombe, who you'll see up next. He said he sat there and said, I've seen him on telly, I've watched him. But then he said to me, they're just normal blokes, aren't they, Glenn?
100.
I said, absolutely. So get your questions to us this week. I do like my Twitter.
45.
Does a 180. I'm happy to discuss anything. Q School, MODUS Super Series, World Seniors. Get your questions to us.
134.
We've got a lot of darts to talk about this week.
Jamie Durrant looking good up there. You're still the best looking Durrant in the family.
140.
Jamie Durrant had a 31.80 average at Super League last night. Very disappointed with himself. He wasn't feeling 100%. It's a good setup here from Neil Duff.
132. Johnny required 120.
So just when Johnny was beginning to look good for this leg, he's going to get a dart at tops for 2-1.
100.
This is a quality affair already.
40.
For 13 dart, break your throw.
Game shot on the third
14 will
leg.
do, and Duff is in
Duff.
front. This is a real quality encounter, as Glenn rightly says. The average is both in the 19s. We'll take a look at that in just
Fourth
a
leg, it's
second.
Neil to throw first.
But it is the
Game
man
on.
who lifted the Lakeside title last year, who has the front. He's looking to steal a march.
125.
I know he'd be feeling
84.
quite disappointed because when you win the Lakeside title, you think it's going to change your life. You know, for me, it did. You know, I probably won them at the right time. Neil's been quite vociferous about just the
40.
way that the WDF Worlds is going to be this December. It's, you know, it's like nearly 2 years since the last one type thing before they play again. But, you know, the WF are doing
60.
what the best for the amateur side of the game. You know, Neil Duff's got plenty of opportunities with the World Seniors and, you know, the circuit on the WDF. But you think it's going to change your life. And like I said, he was very, very busy when he won it. When we look
45.
at that terrific camera angle there, I do like that one.
It's a great angle where we can see the entry to the board of the darts.
60.
It just gives you a sort of you know, that's what the dart players are looking at. You know, sometimes, why didn't he just stay there? But, you know, the way an angle of a dart going in
57.
can sort of determine the reason why people sort of use board management.
And with Johnny Haynes' darts, as you can see, the way it goes into the board, if
95.
one dips below the first dart, that's why he may have the tendency to switch, because as you can see, there's not a lot of bed to aim at. However, that, well, I was going to say the first dart was plumb, the second one
98.
perhaps obscures things a bit.
Yeah, and that's what sometimes you don't just see. That's the ideal dart for Johnny.
100.
This is a quality
Neil
affair.
required 136.
Both Pepper and the 90 average. That's a sign of confidence.
96.
The fact
Johnny
that he's angry with
required
himself and made a
102.
136 and already you feel like this is a must hit for Johnny. And what a start that is. Again, it's tops.
62.
And that's the difference between good
Neil, you
and
require
great. That's the
40.
difference between winning and losing. Neil Duff had one dart at tops earlier in this leg and hit it. It's double five.
30. Johnny, you require 40.
Just when I was about to wax lyrical about the finish of Neil Duff, he lets me down. So for 2-2.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
It's Johnny Haynes. You don't give him too many chances, but I was about to say Neil Duff had one dart in leg 2 at tops and he got it. Johnny Haynes
Fifth
had a
leg, it's
couple
Johnny
of
to
one
throw
dart
first.
opportunities
Game
at
on.
tops in legs 3 and 4 and missed. But then Neil Duff surprisingly lost with his, missed the tops 10s and 5s.
85.
And we've got Desmond.
This is what they call a proper tungsten tussle. Twoing and a throwing.
100.
Decent averages. They can't be split in most of the demographics. Up until that ton plus throw there for Neil Duff, they were dead level on the scoring power pack. They're dead level in
95.
terms of checkout ratio and dead level in terms of the scoreline.
Considering it's 10 o'clock in the morning.
100.
We've both clearly prepared very well. There's a good atmosphere in the Players' Lounge this week, you know, which you're always going to get with people like Tony O'Shea, Terry Jenkins in there. It's just a good feel factor.
100.
I think Mark McGeeney was showing a lot of bravado, but he'll be hurting. I think both me and Henry are interested to see how he responds to that real
60.
disappointment. I mean, Conan Whitehead, our MODUS Super Series champion, grand final champion. That incredible statement that if he hadn't have played yesterday, he would now have a tour card. You know, PDC don't get many things wrong if anything. Well, there's a clear flaw somewhere. But the fact that that can actually happen.
You have to feel for Conan there.
100.
We'll have a chat
Johnny
about that in
require
just
80.
a second. Let's see what Haynes does with his 80. This is to lead 3-2. And again, another leg that would be done within the path of the course 15. Other lad who goes for tops.
60.
Drags just underneath, and so Duff needs a haymaker 1-4-1 to break the throw and go 3-2 in front. And if he did, he would have had the darts for the match. And so Haynes back
130.
for double 10.
Johnny required 20.
To establish the advantage which he gained in leg
Game
1.
show on the 5th leg.
That's exactly
Johnny
what he does.
Haynes.
And it's the Punk that takes a 3-2 lead against Duffer.
6th leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Neil was talking very, very confidently before this game, but I'm just wondering, a 2-1 up, 3 darts at tops. As dart plays,
60.
one of the most important mindsets to have is to forget that last leg. How much is that on his mind right now, Henry?
85.
Unfairly, fairly, wherever, Johnny Haynes called him the spoiler this week. You know, he could be no surprise to me if he picks up the title on Saturday night.
54.
But he will take points off players who were, you know, a bit like Andreas Harrison. I remember that week where he was just very, very dangerous. And I think
59.
Johnny could be that this week. He's not high on my list of winning it this week, but he could be a real big spoiler. Would I be surprised if he won it? Absolutely not.
Just going back to Mark McGeeney, I actually think it's a good thing he's here today because he just gets straight back on the horse. He's not sat at home thinking about things. He can just go up, he can play darts. And if he has a good day today...
99.
Message from Jacob Cooksey. Hello, Jacob. How you doing? Where's my 20 quid you owe me? Who do you reckon will have the best wicket challenge tour from the North East, lads? Well, I had Adam Atkinson as one of my certainties this week to get a card. I mean, he's superb as we look at Johnny.
180.
His first max of the day. And I'll come back to that question maybe at the beginning of the next game because this is just hotting up right now.
93. Johnny requires 78.
Johnny Haynes wants 78 for the match. So the Cardinalson is not to miss the 18. And for someone as experienced as Johnny, you can see, so now he's going to have to incorporate the bullseye. And it's for the match.
53.
Just a little bit slack there, Henry, with that first
94.
start.
And so it presents an opportunity for Duff. He's going to get 2 darts at tops to send us all the way.
Neil Duff.
And a level game we have, and perhaps fitting with what we've seen, it's been a 2-in and a throw-in. It's been quality throughout.
Final leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
Yeah, good point,
Game
Henry.
on.
I think you're absolutely right. I think this game did deserve to go 3-3. Quality affair. Like I said, still been around that 90 average mark right the way through. Hardly anything to separate them. Just Neil a little bit better on the checkout percentage. It was 3 from 7, whereas Johnny's had 9 darts at a double. So it's all to play for right now. And a treble at this point is worth double, Henry, when you're at 3-3. All of a sudden, your body doesn't feel the same. You feel the tightness in your shoulders, in your arm. And that second dart going in there is such a good feel factor. But he wasted it with that big one.
Yeah, this moment, the players will feel like they're throwing bricks, not darts.
Now it's mindset, you know, you talk about natural talent and confidence. And someone like Neil Duff was probably licking his lips when it goes to 3-3. But when you're against the darts, but you use the word to-ing and throwing and needing this leg is exactly the same. Just when you think that Neil Duff's taking control, Johnny Haynes then bangs in a 140.
It's like a seesaw which is moving one way and then the other. Haynes has the advantage of throw, but Duff is first to a finish. Haynes took the lead. Duff went 2-1 up. Haynes then made it 3-2.
100. Neil, you require 164.
That when you score 100 and you trebles the last dart, but what a dart that is. This is unbelievable to start the Monday morning.
139.
Darts Federation World Champion.
83.
He had a spectacular 164 to take the game. It's 83. He went for the bullseye there, which is quite sensible. But now he's not going to get a dart or a
75.
double. And it's over to you, Neil Duff.
Required 25.
Double 12.
13.
You could hear the gasp as the dart was missed, and so Haynes gets his opportunity on double 4.
For the Punk, The guy from Swindon.
Game, shots,
That's a
and the
fantastic
match, Johnny
game,
Haynes.
very enjoyable game. You can see the disappointment there in Neil Duff, but for Johnny Haynes, who could have a very, very interesting week. Keep an eye on him. Look at them stats. Nothing in between him. It all went down to that final double. A great, great game. Next up, Mark McGeeney. How is he going to respond from yesterday against Adam Lipscomb? Back very soon.
Well, we have just enjoyed a real quality battle in game 2 of this morning's session. Johnny Haynes coming through in a last leg decider to get the better of Neil Duff in that one. Duff took out 94 to force a deciding leg. He missed the ball for a 164 to seal the points in style, missed 2 more at double 12 to tidy things up, and was punished by Haynes in the end in that one. As you can see, 3 out of 10 on the outer ring for Neil Duff. Johnny Haynes with 40% checkout success, an average in excess of 91.5. It was Haynes who pinned the only 180 of that match as well. Both players averaging in the mid-90s early on in that one, and that standard maintained throughout. It was just the doubling that faltered slightly towards the back end of that match. Next up, we've got Mark McGeeney up against Adam Lipscomb, 2 players who were involved in Q School last week. This is a really good chance for both players to reset, recharge, and put that disappointment behind them. Henry caught up with both of them prior to this morning's session getting underway. Let's have a listen to what they had to say.
Well, Mark, it's been quite the 12 hours, hasn't it, for yourself?
Yeah, it's been a stressful 12 hours. I went to Q School and just missed out on my tour card, but there was a lot of waiting around, see how the results went. Didn't get it, but you know, I played half decent stuff all week, so I'm pleased with that.
And of course, here at the Super Series today, in some ways, being back here, just playing darts straight away, getting back on the horse, is that a good thing for you?
Very good thing, yeah. You know, Q School's gone now, and now I can carry on with the rest of the year. So coming back here with friends and playing in a great atmosphere and a great venue like this is just going to be what I need.
And we've got a great group as well, a lot of legends, and of course, you're among them as well.
I'm not a legend, I'm surrounded by legends in there, you know, but yeah, it's great to be amongst this company, and they're a good bunch of lads, and I'm looking forward to the week.
And we look forward to watching you play this week. Mark, good luck.
Thank you very much.
Adam, welcome back to the Super Series. How much did you enjoy your first experience?
Oh yeah, really enjoyed it. Great setup here, a lot of experience taken.
And of course, back here for a second stint, so I suppose the lessons you learned the first time you can kind of mould into this one.
Yeah, I hope so, yeah. Last time was really nerve-wracking, and then this time is a bit more, come into it a bit more, want to do a bit better.
Has this given you a kind of confidence now? You went to Q School last week, went through to stages. Playing here giving you a confidence to believe, yeah, I can mix it with the best?
Yeah, last time I was on, I heard the commentary say about I need to travel around more, so I decided to do Q School. Yeah, I sort of didn't expect to get that far, but I've done quite well, really.
First time, of course, you were here, you came here, just wanted to make the experience. Is now about expectations, maybe looking at possibly Saturday night, things like that now?
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't, yeah. I really want to get into the Saturday night, it'd be good. I think I can do it, but it's just see how it goes, really.
Look forward to watching you play. Adam, good luck.
Thank you, Emery.
Yeah, Mark McGeeney, very impressive indeed at Q School, was very much in with a chance of getting himself on the tour via the order of merit system right up until the last few rounds of games on Sunday. He's up against Adam Lipscombe, who put in some decent displays in Milton Keynes, but just not consistently enough. Who's going to be first in the queue for the points in this one to guide you through this one? Again, it's Duzzer and Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, what a 12 hours it's been for Mark McGeeney, waiting around in Milton Keynes to see whether he was going to be a recipient of a PDC tour card. Wasn't quite to be for him in the end, but he is here at the Super Series and looking for success nonetheless. The 2018 Lakeside final. I don't know who beat him in the final. Any idea, Glenn?
Oh, it was a classic. I'll never forget that one. I think it was probably the greatest final of all time. Never mind Smith versus MVG. I think Durrant v McGeeney. It's still the greatest of all. What I remember of that game was being 6-4 up and feeling fantastic. Then you go off for the last 3 sets, and somebody in my family sort of grabbed hold of me.
Smart to throw first.
Preparation.
Game on.
Go to the toilet. Probably shouldn't say this, but just maybe having a little sip, you know, just a big glass of water or something like that. And I just didn't get my prep right. They grabbed hold of me and started talking about something, and I went back on the stage totally unprepared. Mark then come back to 6 each, then has a dart to arguably change his life at double 18. And if there's one person in the world, Henry, you want to hit a double to win a tournament, especially when I played for England, then this was the man. And when he missed, it just like turned again, and I got an opportunity for the win. But big friend of Mark McGeeney, and
60.
Shared a room with him for England. So any questions, anybody, but it just shows you how brutal the Q School is. I'm just looking here. I mean, we're talking about Conan Whitehead. Had he not played yesterday, he has his card. Mark McGeeney was one win away, and he gets the tough draw of Lee Evans in the first round. I'm just looking at my stats here. That game was 6-5.
32.
6-5. One leg from a tour card. That's how brutal the game can be sometimes.
And I'll stick my
100
reputation that Mark was being a little bit of bravado up there. He's hurting. He's not the guy to tell you he's hurting. If you'd have interviewed me, I'd be telling you how devastated I was and how tough this week could be. Mark's a different character to me.
41.
But that will hurt. That'll be on his mind. I think this could be a long, tough week for him. Or at least
40.
today, Henry, maybe. I think that's a bit unfair. I think we'll see the best of Mark maybe tomorrow or Wednesday and hopefully Saturday night.
I asked him in the interview, was it best for him just to come back here straight away, come back and get back on the horse? And for him, he just wants to play darts. And I suppose in that situation, that's got to be the attitude, hasn't it?
No, I think I'd have gone home. I mean, I wouldn't have let MODUS down in the scenario,
80.
but I think he needed a week away from darts.
Mark, you require 133.
I mean, it's challenge tour this week for these two players. How on earth are they going to incorporate that? Because the challenge tour, the first ones of the season, are massive. Because if you do well, you're going to get the invitations to the Pro Tours.
125.
So for them both to be here this week,
Adam, you require 146.
Major decisions to make. He'll stay there. Another one of them would have been double 16. Very nice guy, Adam Lipscombe. Henry, didn't know him.
98.
Sorry, I didn't know him. I didn't know a great deal of him, and I sat him down for 10 minutes, and he gave me some lovely information about him, which will help me during the week. But it's double 4 for McGeeney. Double two.
Game shot on the first
Like I
leg.
said, and I'll
Mark
probably
McGeeney.
repeat that this week. If there's one person to hit a one-dart double to win a game, a leg, a match, a tournament, it would be Mark McGeeney.
Second leg, it's Adam to throw
10
first.
days after the
Game
Lakeside
on.
final, I played him in the Dutch Open final. And that was another funny story because I was about to miss my flight.
77.
Didn't think I was going to get to the final of the Dutch Open, 5,000 entries, just won Lakeside, didn't really want to be there, but it was just one big enjoyment, you know, of going to celebrate the second Lakeside. And I'm in the final, and if you ever watch it, my dart bus
58.
point gets stuck in the dart, so that's quite funny. That's on YouTube. And also, all you see me is looking at my watch, and I lost it. If there's one
100.
regret I have in darts is if I could replay that game and just think I'll just get the flight home tomorrow, because winning the Dutch Open was just something that was just not on my CV in the BDO.
85.
Almost the one that got away kind of thing.
It hurt because honestly, Henry, get yourself to the Dutch Open. Honestly, please get yourself there.
100.
It is unbelievable. The greatest atmospheric tournament I've ever been to. It was just one massive party.
83.
Lipscombe here is looking to enjoy a darty party in Pompey. You can be a part of the darty party in Pompey on Saturday night. Tickets available, dartshop.tv, and we had a really good crowd in for that on Saturday night as well. It was absolutely packed to the rafters. I was speaking to one of the punters in there.
It was bouncing, wasn't it?
Oh. I was having a chat with one of the punters in there. He said it was 100. One of the best value nights out he has had in a long time.
Who were they here to see? Was it a local player that, you know, I couldn't believe when I was watching it on
100.
Saturday night.
They were here just to watch the dart, just to have to enjoy an evening out.
Well, that would be great for the rest of 2023 because this competition deserves it. I'm the biggest fan of the MODUS Super Series, and just seeing people grow at Q School and what it's done to players
99.
who've been down in the
Adam,
dumps a little bit.
96.
Just the only element for me, what we require is just a good crowd in on a Saturday night to make it even better.
80.
Because the whole competition,
Mark, you require
venue,
76.
it deserves it. So please come along on Saturday night, guys. Be great to see you. Dartshop.tv, and the tickets are free. It's tops for the 2-0 lead.
Game show on the second
there's
leg.
one man
Mark McGeeney.
who wants one double at a dart to win it. Mark McGeeney is your man.
Third leg, it's Mark to throw first.
Look at this
Game
rubbish
on.
here, Henry. All the notes from Matthew Edgar. What a load of rubbish. And his handwriting is disgusting. So Matt Edgar, if you're listening, I've got your book.
135.
If this is the way you work, then as my teacher would say, see me.
97.
Should have seen the hieroglyphics in my notebook that he put in.
Yes. I'll be working on his handwriting. As Glenn says, he's struggling to read his own handwriting, but I think Andy Jenkins has been on the phone to Adam saying, what have you done?
80.
It's challenge 2 this week. So Adam's just going to take it day by day, but he might be able to incorporate them both, Henry. He might be able to get down to Milton Keynes, which I guess is about 2 hours away. But you'll have to see whether he qualifies for Saturday night, if he's
96.
playing Friday night, and he could do with just getting through, winning this group, and then coming back Saturday night.
A darts player has got to be, oh wow, a darts player's diary's got to be adaptive these days because there's so many doors, so many opportunities open to players. Oh, the door of the big fish might be open. He might be opening up the canal.
98. Adam, you
Adam
require
Lipscombe is swimming against the
144.
tide. And he cannot find the 144, and so McGeeney is back for a 3-0 lead at 72.
Mark, you require 72.
How do you respond to adversity where you play good darts like this? And he may find himself 3 to the good if he can find this double 6. Just the other side of the wire, just needs to move across a tad.
60.
Chance
Adam,
for
you
Lipscombe.
require 84.
14 for the ball.
59.
And McGeeney returns.
Mark, you require 12.
He likes this side of the board, does Mark? And they're not bad darts he's throwing at these. And this is the dart, this is the game we love. It's all about millimetres. But right now, Mark McGeeney, hangover. What hangover? It's a 3-0 lead. What was very much a very dangerous game against Adam. He had a good Q school himself on the opening day, last 32. He said his big regret was on day 2 when he had a real opportunity to move on day 2. And he was a little bit disappointed with that. But a Hampshire A player looks a bit of a strong man, Henry.
That was his previous career.
140.
Once upon a time in between darts. Put it this way, I won't be having a fight with him anytime soon.
I'm just looking at all 6 of them. I don't think I'd have a fight with any of them. I'll have to be nice in the commentary box.
To be honest, I'd probably get beaten up by a fly, so I'd have no chance against this lot.
180.
And McGeeney's first max of the day. Just peppering that 90 average mark now. And I think everybody would be happy for Mark right now, including me. I mean, you sit in the comms box. It was very difficult for me watching people like Richie Parker when he was here and seeing people you want to do really well because you want to be impartial, especially when I meet Adam today, who's just an absolutely genuinely lovely guy. But Mark McGeeney, I think I'd be absolutely over the moon if he could have a great week here. And what a story that would be.
82. Mark to require 96.
Well, potentially with an 11. Will do if he can find the treble here, which gives him 1 dart for the match at 88 for a 4-0 win.
88.
Just inside. And so Lipscombe back for 97 to get a leg on the board.
And for the double-double.
57. Mark to require 8.
And Johnny Haynes finished on this for his win. And for a 4-0 whitewash. Already hit this in the match.
Game,
very happy win there for Mark
McGeeney.
McGeeney. It's been a tough 24 hours for the guy. He's here. He wants to win it. A 4-0 start. He'd be very, very happy with that. Next up, Tony O'Shea and the return of Johnny Haynes. Join us back very soon.
So 3 games in, win so far for Terry the Bull Jenkins, Johnny Haynes and Mark McGeeney, who has just bageled Adam Lipscomb. Next up, Tony O'Shea takes on Johnny Haynes, the punk who came through in a last leg decider to get the better of Neil Duff in his opening game of the day, with our only average above 90 so far. O'Shea losing 4-1 to the Bull earlier on. His one leg, though, was a 13-dart leg. Who's going to pick up the points in this one? Glenry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. And actually, if you look at the averages following the first round of fixtures today, okay, there was only one over 90, but actually every single one is 80 or above. The lowest average is actually Tony O'Shea. He averaged 81.80 in that 4-1 defeat to Terry Jenkins. So what we're seeing already, Glenn, is a real good standard throughout the field.
Yes, I was going to say exactly the same there. I've really enjoyed the opening first 3 games there. It's going to be a quality affair over the Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like I said, this Group A, I think my prediction is the winner of Group A will go on and win Saturday night. I know it doesn't usually be the case, but I think the winner of this tough group, plus a couple of days off, they'll come back Saturday night.
First leg, it's Tony to throw first.
Be very, very tough.
Game on.
But yeah, it's all to play for. Tony O'Shea, it's a big game for him already. No need to panic on a Monday, but you don't want to go 0-2. And I think he'll be looking for a big victory here. And I just look at the eyes
100.
sometimes, and he looks really focused there. And the spoiler, the punk, will be absolutely delighted with his win over the WDF World Champion. And he'll just feel like he's on a bit of
60.
a free roll now. And if he can code 2-0, he'll be in a very, very good position.
Haynes, who did actually play at that championship, he lost out to Brian Roman, who is the #1 seed for that event, PDC Pro Tour card holder, regular view, and actually one of the big broadcasters now out in Belgium is Brian, doing a lot of work on commentary out
66.
in Belgium, doing a very good job by all intents and purposes. I've got to admit, my Belgian isn't exactly great, but apparently doing a really good job out there in a commentary capacity, so good commentators and players.
Yeah, Max Hopp in Germany, and the Dutch lads, Yeller, Vincent, Barney, they've all had a go at that. And even our own very own Marco Meyer is doing a little bit of commentary work as well for in his country as well. So it's nice. It just gives a representation and a player's perspective of how the players are feeling. That's always felt like that's my job description.
81.
You know, maybe English has never been my, I was always a numbers guy, but what I can bring is how a player is feeling and what they're thinking at that stage.
60.
And that's my sort of mantra there. So it's great to see Brian did a good job. I sat with him a lot last year at the Pro Tour. A lovely young man. And yeah, good for him.
Tony O'Shea, someone
60.
who is well-versed with a commentary box or two.
He might be well versed on the dartboard, but even going back the previous 3 darts, he had an opportunity thrown for the Bull to leave a 170. And it's just them kind of sort of the younger players these days.
Tony requires
they're so
115.
clever on the dartboard now. Us old schoolers will just stay, without using that. But still got the opportunity here, treble 19. That leaves 76.
99.
That's a lovely
Johnny
setup.
required 115.
And Johnny, as a player right now, you quite like these 3-digit, once again, the same for there. It's a good opportunity there, but
40.
advantage
Tony
O'Shea.
requires 16.
Free in hand, a double 8 to take the lead. 2 4s, and just watch when he goes to these doubles. Look at the squint of the eye. Look at the focus as he fires down the barrel and finds a double 4.
When you talk experience, I wonder what car he's
Second
driving these days, Henry.
First. Game on.
2007, he hit a 9-darter in the IDL and won an Opel Tigra. And soft top.
45.
Worth €26,000 in 2007. I might try and nab him and see what he did with that car. That was a fabulous competition, the IDL.
42.
I'm sure the IDL, Henry, was where the BDO players and then PDC players sort of mix. So it was the first time we really saw Van Gerwen versus Taylor. We saw Tony O'Shea
59.
versus Terry Jenkins.
I'm sure if I remember off the top of my head, was that the one where Van Gerwen hit a 9-darter at 17?
I don't think it was the same
95.
one. I don't, but I think it was the same competition. Yeah, and that's he looked a bit different to what he does now. He looks like he's enjoying his holiday.
95.
I must have Daphne on my Facebook, but she's put a couple of photos and they look like they're in a beautiful island somewhere.
60.
Oh, the more experienced than anybody in this comms box at the MODUS Super Series, but do you feel it's not to panic yet for Tony O'Shea?
180.
Not at all. It's a long week. It's a long week. Day one is kind of, if you know you're playing the 5 days,
55.
yes, of course you want to have a 3 and 2, but you can kind of just settle yourself in and then make the push on Tuesday and Wednesday. Haynes here looking to make a push on day one, leaving 1-2-2 after 12. Already
82.
a victor today over the WDF World Champion, posted the highest average of the day so far. And he tees up tops after 15 to level up against O'Shea, who came out the traps well.
97.
Come back from a 4-1 defeat to
40.
Jenkins in his opening salvo for the day. And so Haynes here tops to level this game up.
Johnny
and 1
Haynes.
apiece and a visit. Well, 6 visit legs, should I say, for Johnny Haynes to level us up. O'Shea with the darts in the third.
Third leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, I hope Tony O'Shea doesn't want any royalties here, but I do a lot of dark coaching now, and the video that we do, a lot of people's, just as we do that, Tony O'Shea's first max. I think that's his first max of the day as well, Henry, it is. But if you have a look at the elbow of Tony when he's thrown here, a lot of people's problems is when they throw a dart is they lift the elbow on point of release. And I always show the perfect Phil Taylor, Steve
45.
Beaton. And also in our video, in the videos I send players, is Tony O'Shea's. If your elbow can stay in that same position on point of release, I'm talking about, and his is absolutely perfect. So longevity has been quite straightforward to Tony because he's got a beautiful throw. Just look at that elbow, and then point to the dartboard, and then your fingers at the end, point to the floor.
60.
It's a beautiful throw, is Tony O'Shea. So it's no surprise into his 60s. He's still throwing fantastic darts.
And still has his will to win like he had back in the day. As does Johnny Haynes. It's O'Shea here, who has the darts with the advantage in this leg.
I remember seeing
60.
Playing for England 2030 with Tony, got on the plane with him to Canada, and I was expecting to be sat with a silverback. You know, expecting him to be beating his chest, you know, but he's a very quiet man.
60.
Very reserved, very shy man. And it's only when you say, welcome on stage, Tony O'Shea, do you see the silverback. For another one of them.
$100. Johnny, you require 146.
Looks like Johnny likes the 19s on this route. Oh, looks like he's going up this time. Previous time he went on the 19s for the 146.
We're seeing that a lot from players now, the 2 treble 19s, the double 16 on that combination. Everything's just on that same region of the board, so it works for players. Will tops work for O'Shea?
36. Johnny,
no tops for Tony,
46.
and Haynes can break here if he can find this 46. Tops, the target, O'Shea's just missed. Same result for Haynes. And the double 10 doesn't come in handy either.
Tony, you require 20.
It's the difference for 2-1 to either play here. But O'Shea needs to get his
game shot on the third
winning ways.
Tony
O'Shea.
O'Shea.
That double 10 is absolutely perfect for him, and you can just see how much that means. He'll be looking at getting his 2 points, and then you're underway then. Any nerves, tension, anxiety in your body, that's gone then. You can just sort of enjoy the competition, but you can see the steely focus there. These are 2 wily characters. These are both played magnificent
100.
games. You know, Johnny's one of the toughest players you want on the open circuit on the floor. When you come up against him, like I said, usually it's a vest and a pair of tracksuit bottoms, and you're thinking, who is this guy?
123.
Whereas Tony, he's produced some of his best arts, you know, on the stage, and finals after finals. He must regret them. He said he could have really, should have beat Christian Kiss the year he lost 7-5 in the final. He was heavily beaten. And the 1 year he lost to Ted Hankey, he'd beaten him 5 times out of 5 that year going into that final. So he felt really good, but came a little bit short there. So I'm sure he'd be frustrated as the guy who, the Neely man type thing, but 5 semi-finals, stroke finals at Lakeside. He's played at the very, very top as O'Shea.
I feel like for players like Tony, that the mentality it can shift. I know a lot of people make out a lot of things and players do lose a lot of fun, but then it's an achievement to get to finals. And it's like sometimes people that make a lot of semi-finals are almost more heralded than those who lost the finals, where that shouldn't be the case, because to get to a final is an achievement in itself.
It's nice to get over that winning line. I mean,
yeah.
And I think what he'll hate is the fact that it gets mentioned all the time. And
100.
I mean, we've got him and Terry Jenkins. You know, 1.3 million quid Terry Jenkins has made in darts just on competitions alone. You never mind sponsorship or, you know, local competitions,
60.
exhibitions, etc. But he'll always be remembered for those 9 finals that he lost.
Without mentioning the countless titles that he won on the floor.
44.
Same as O'Shea. Well, O'Shea always says that he won the WDF World Cup, and he counts that as a major success.
Needed a treble in that combination. 72 was usually the treble 16 route. It took him a while to think that, but he got 74. There. But these are the types of finishes. This is what you'll hear me all week talk about. Watch it and don't miss the big 14. But that will do. Double 12.
50.
Bent the wire.
Johnny required 24.
For the same target, Johnny Haynes. That's a good marker.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
Hits that with a plum.
Johnny Haynes.
It's 2-2.
Desmond once again.
Do you remember that week in the 16, is it 15 games? We had 14 4-3s. I think that was my opening day of commentary.
And I thought, I know Glenn likes the commentary box, but come on.
I was milking it that day, wasn't I?
Had a fair few 4-3s on Thursday night as well. 5 4-3s, 4 4-2s, and a 4-1.
85.
Quiz night tonight, Henry. Another win last week, the 3 of yous. Very, very good, very impressed.
Might wonder what we're going to call ourselves now. Maybe we'll leave that for the viewers to decide.
Yeah, well, the viewers, I'm not intending to go tonight. On my seniors preparation starts, and I've got the house to myself. I'm going to have a couple of hours on the board.
140.
But I think when I see the young lads going out tonight, I've got a funny feeling. I'll start tomorrow. It's like my diet. I'll start tomorrow.
This is the point where I tell you we're going for a curry before as well.
81.
Yes, a night out with Henry and Owen and the guys. Makes me feel a little bit young still. I'm sure they'll be able to drag me out somehow. But I've got to start my preparation for the seniors
95.
watching these lads play.
Glenn, we don't mind. We want you to do well at Purfleet.
Sounds like I've got 42. The production side on my team. These are the
they just hate all of us in the commentary box. Don't worry, Glenn.
That's a lovely dart, because that wasn't ideal at first. You might use the bullseye, but so old school is Johnny.
99.
And he's just gone straight for the treble 19. Just when Tony had control of this leg. And he won't like that.
Remember, he had that dart at double 12 for a 3-1 lead, and so 82. Suddenly it could be slipping away from the grasp of the silverback if Haynes can take out this 82. That's unlucky.
So you'll have to go treble 14, I would guess now, because it's a much bigger target than the bullseye, if you're wondering why I meant that. And Tony O'Shea will feel a bit of relief, but 90 is not a gimme. And the bounce out there for Johnny on the bull. You might just see Tony go for the bull with the last dart for the leg. But it's double 15. Big dart. Big finish.
On the 5th leg.
Tony O'Shea's right up to the task. Does it mean anything to him? Look at his reaction there as that double 15 goes in.
6th leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
And I feel like it's going to be the kind of group and the kind of practice in a good way that they're going to let people know what's happening as the game goes on.
Yeah, they were trying to switch the TV on as I walked in a little bit early, because they'll be watching this.
60.
They want to be watching, you know, I'm playing Tony O'Shea next. How is he playing here? And a lot of them are thinking already about the World Seniors. This is a great week for someone like Terry Jenkins.
60.
You know, Terry Jenkins is still a very, very busy man. You know, he's telling me about his antiques business and his house cleaning business, and darts is second best for him really at the moment. But he's treating this week as this is his preparation for the World Seniors, and he wants to win that this year. It's 40 grand to the winner. And some unbelievable players. I I'm a big fan of
95.
Scott Mitchell. I was thinking, I thought his scoring at Q School this week was better than anybody. I'd have to check his age before I start making him a senior before he is. But I was just thinking how dangerous he would be at the World Seniors and match sharp, like a Neil Duff, where they're still playing great, like a Richie House. And, you know, these guys are just playing
60.
90 to 100 average on a regular basis. So for someone like Scott Mitchell, it would be meat and drink for him.
52 years of age, Scott Mitchell.
Is he? I was thinking, is he 49 now? I wasn't sure if I was older than him or not. But if he goes to the World Seniors qualifiers, if he's invited, whatever, he would be a big favourite for me. I watched a lot of his games this week, and his scoring was insane.
59.
Farm life is most certainly treating him well. Well, O'Shea here, looking to set up. Well, tops if you can find another treble.
100.
Tunnel do,
Johnny
and so it means Haynes,
142.
to stay in this game, needs to take out the 142. Otherwise, O'Shea should now get a dart at tots of the match.
98. Tony requires
That should be the very
80.
least of the requirements. Up the ladder. Tops has to move across because the dart stands up, and O'Shea gets over the winning line. Second time of asking, the silverback is a victor. He gets the better of Johnny Haynes by 4 legs to 2 in our 4th game of the day. O'Shea with a 78.61 average is actually the lowest average we've seen today, but it's enough to get him over the line. The 4 for 9 on the doubles is the reason why the average is there. But for Johnny Haynes, another solid performance, but it is defeat for him. We're going to take a short break. When we return, we're going to see Terry Jenkins, who won that first game of the day. He takes on Adam Lipscombe after this.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can book your free tickets via dartshop.tv. Up next year at the Live Lounge, Lipscomb against Jenkins. The Bull came racing out of the blocks in his opener, a 4-1 victory. A really solid display with 57% checkout success in that one. He takes on Adam Lipscomb, who was whitewashed in his opener, but understands this format a lot better now, so no need to panic. Let's get into this one then with Double D, Dozer and Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abigail, as Glenn opens his T-shirt. With the double Ds there. An immaculate performance from Terry Jenkins. Very impressive, actually. Adam Lipscomb, very nice guy. 30-year-old local from Portsmouth. If there's one thing I will say to him, throwing first so far today, has all produced a winner. And it's Adam's darts in this one. And he needs something, but the last person I guess you want to see is the fantastic, talented Terry Jenkins. But with one thing the MODUS Super Series does, it always springs up a surprise. So sit back and enjoy.
Well, this is what this competition is all about. People like Terry Jenkins, legends of the game, up against people like Adam Lipscomb, who is on the march, on the up, looking for opportunities on a big stage in front of the cameras with big money on the line. This is what this competition's made for, and it has proved its while. It has worked. We've had a tweet from Robert Owen this morning, tweeting us in at the Super Series. I know that he's a regular viewer of this competition, so very good morning to you, Robert. And he said, I think I counted there were 16 out of 27 players that have played either the Live League in its previous incarnation and the Super Series in the past 12 months that went on and won a tour card.
Yeah, that's unbelievable. I had Adam Atkinson. So going back to the question from Jacob Cooksey, who's a local where I live, what Northeast player will do well at the Challenge Tour next week? Well, I was very proud of Sean Matthews getting up there. He's doing really well. He's travels all over. See how Jamie had a 32 average at Super League last night. It's just a case for a lot of these players to transfer them wins locally onto the bigger scene. So someone like Adam Atkinson now has to take the next step. I think he's the guy who is next, the next big thing in the Northeast. But it made me think how well I actually did. You know, sometimes you begin to self-reflect when, you know, and to become a Lakeside champion and then go over there. It was a tough transition, and a lot of these players who I'm seeing do it so well. The Carl Comans, the Sean Matthews, where I live. You know, the Q school, then you look at the results and you're thinking
164.
how disappointed they would be. So in answer to your question, Jacob, I think Adam Atkinson. The treble 18. So that leaves 86, so he'll stay on treble 18.
96. Adam, you require 140.
Adam needs that moment. Is the moment a 1-1-4 finish? It certainly isn't. He won't like that second dart. So 93 left. Treble 19 would leave
40. Terry requires 68.
And he's this type of finish that you'll hear me go on and on about this week. So treble 17. But that leaves the Bull for the Bull.
43. Adam, you requires 74.
$20 for top, so Lipscomb.
Game shot on the first
That's
leg.
his first leg on the board. Now, that's always important for a player because that's just going to settle him down a little bit. Lost 4-0 to Mark McGeeney, but he's on the board here against Jenkins.
Game on.
A little reminiscent of the Neil Duff tops. Just when, you know, you get one dart or a double and it sort of flicks off the first dart and you hear that dulcet tone of Charlie with game shot. It's a nice feeling. He'll be relaxed now. All of a sudden, he'll start sort of enjoying the game more as he hits a treble one.
41.
Thank you, Adam.
And who doesn't like the dulcet tones of Charlie Corstefine? One of the best in the game.
60.
He's no Owen Binks, though, is he?
$96.
I've actually enjoyed having a little bit of a break from Owen. He's back, though.
Let's not fall out.
No, he's a good lad, is our Owen.
140.
I'm impressed with Terry Jenkins. I know it's 5-6 legs in for him today, but I've been doing a lot of work with him in Germany on the exhibition circuit.
100.
He's looked dangerous there. We're all doing the power tour, along with Tony O'Shea, Darryl Fitton. But some of the best darts, Colin Lloyd, but some of the best darts was coming from
81.
Terry Jenkins. And it's still there with him, he said. It's just he doesn't have time to practice like he once did, and doesn't really want to practice as like he used to.
100. Terry required
He's got the best of both
120.
worlds. So Shanghai, it's a good marker. I always laugh at Terry's darts. There's absolutely no grip on his dart.
164.
It's a bit wild there from Adam.
27.
It's a
Terry
disappointing
requires
return
74.
from 160. So not as much pressure on this 74. He's going to get a dart at tops. And that is best.
34.
That's what he was
Adam,
so good
137.
at. A lot of players go treble 19 tops on that finish now.
47. Terry required 40.
For 1-1.
Double 10 for Terry. Tops and tens
20.
was usually his
Adam,
friend when he was at the
90.
peak of his powers. Well, they've just eluded him here, and so it presents Lipscombe with an opportunity at 90. He's going to get a dart at double 16.
58.
Doesn't go.
Terry required
And so Jenkins
20.
is back.
Game
Big
shot
dart.
on the second leg.
Big
Terry
dart for a big player.
Jenkins.
Listen to this, Terry Jenkins. 13 times at PDC Worlds. Best semi-final
Third leg, it's
2011.
Adam to throw
16
first.
times
Game
at
on.
the UK Open. Best a final. 12 times at the World Grand Prix. 2 finals, 2 semis.
100.
13 times at Blackpool. Final 2007. 8 Grand Slam of darts. Final 2008. What a CV there is.
Do you think Terry's one of those players that's kind of gone under the radar with what he's achieved in his career?
I think so. I think so. But he's not bothered, honestly. When you get a chance to sort of get to know him, and
140.
he was very happy to be under the radar. He's very happy to be so sort of sideshow bobbed sometimes. It made him feel even better when he was playing there that the pressure wasn't on him. And he's done very,
100.
very well in life. You know, he's bought property. He's still working. The antiques trade he's in, and yeah, he's very, 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 very at peace with his life. And darts is just
60.
something he really enjoys when he plays.
The bad news for Terry is we are going to be talking up his chances all week here.
Oh, if we were looking at the odds.
45.
Just remember to gamble responsibly. 18 plus be gambleaware.org. But we were looking at the odds, and I think he's very, very dangerous.
4 to
at that
1.
price.
55.
4 to 1 to win this group.
Yeah.
That is good odds. I think Neil Duff was favourite to win the group. And Adam Lipscombe at 10 to 1. We thought that was where the value was, but
Adam,
when people are pinging 180s against you like that.
Yeah, Terry Jenkins is playing some really good stuff
Terry
here.
required
Averaged
36.
88 in his first game against O'Shea. This is a 13 to break if he can find double 9. So Lipscomb's going to get a go at a ton.
28. Adam, you require 100.
So people might be talking about what does
80.
Glenn mean about
Terry,
match
you
sharp.
require 8.
You never lose it. But just that finish there at double 18 in his
Game
pomp,
shot on the
you know, that
third
would have gone in
leg.
first
Terry
start.
Jenkins.
This time it's took him 4 darts still to do it. You know, that's the difference of someone being a Neil Duff who's regularly on the circuit at the moment,
Fourth leg,
winning
it's Terry to throw
competitions,
first.
compared
Game
to a
on.
real legend who's picking up his darts not as often as he used to. All of a sudden, just round about sometimes that finish, and you never lose your 180s and whatever.
58.
And that's the big difference for the world seniors players.
How is prep going for that, Glenn?
Honestly,
100.
they're terrible. It's the darts are coming out now, so I've got sort of 3-4 weeks to get ready, and I'm just hoping to go and enjoy myself and be competitive. I'm hoping
100.
in boxing sometimes you get punched on the nose in the first round, and that brings the competitor out of you. And I'm hoping that something inspires me when I get up there, and
60.
something I remember from when I was playing so well. But if I was gonna, I try to be honest with anybody, especially with bookies
100.
and gambling and whatever. If people fancy me to do that, I really genuinely don't know what I'm going to do. But so I've got 3 weeks of hard work, and I'm back
100.
here. We commence in the 30th to do some commentary, but I'm going to lock myself away when I'm not commentating, and and really put 3 or 4 hours a day on the dartboard as well.
Is it a different type of pressure for you? Because
99.
last year, obviously, you had a lot to defend on your Pro Tour. There was a lot of talk about you, but now you can kind of go into it there's no
60.
expectation in terms of
Terry
there's no
require
ranking money to defend. There's
144.
no this, no that. You can kind of play with a bit more freedom than perhaps last year.
I haven't played with freedom since 2017 when I was BDO World #1. You know, all eyes are on me in the
92.
BDO, all eyes are on me on the PDC. I was a guy from the BDO going to come off. So it would be interesting, it'd be strange to see that people don't have a lot of
97.
expectations
Terry
for me.
require 52.
As Terry Jenkins looks at 52 here. And tops for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot.
This is a wonderful start for the
Terry
Bull.
Jenkins.
He's looking good for 2 wins out of 2 here. And like I said, he's going to be very dangerous this week. Very, very dangerous. But
Fifth leg, it's Adam to
I'm
throw
hoping,
first.
would like to be
Game on.
competitive again. I would just love to start winning and enjoying my darts again. I'm very busy on the sort of exhibitions as well. And I want to give value for money.
66.
And I hated being the player I was, getting beat 6-0, 6-1, you know, week in, week. And it was blooming awful. And I just hope it hasn't damaged me sort of
59.
long term. So just enjoying the game again is all I'm asking.
We look forward to seeing Glenn amongst many others at the Circus Tavern. If you want to watch
100.
Glenn in action at the Circus Tavern at the World Seniors, you can do by heading to dartshop.tv. And whilst you're there, you can also get your tickets for Saturday nights here at the Super Series, which is becoming quite the hot ticket, mainly because of brilliant darts just like that.
180.
Terry Jenkins' second max of the match. In fact, it's his fourth 180 of the day.
95.
He's looking good. Like I said, when you're opening 2 games, 2 wins under the spin, you know, you're going to enjoy the week. And just as we say that, he throws
7.
his worst 3 darts. Why do we do it in this comms box? Why do we do it?
134.
A bit like that Wayne Mardle one where you're saying Peter Wright's grouping's so good and then he shanked a single one as far away from the triple as possible.
Yeah, so last time I worked with Matt Edgar, I don't think I got
60.
anything right.
Adam, you require
And
106.
what made it doubly worse, he didn't get anything wrong. His predictions were unbelievable, but it's double 16.
74.
Now 195, I do like the 19s route on that one because 1 treble will leave a 2-dart finish. But Terry being the old school that he is,
95.
still hits the 95
Adam, you
his
require
route.
32.
And for 32 for Adam, I feel like this is a must hit really. Good markers.
No score. Terry, you require 100.
It's as good at 3 darts as you're going to see without hitting the double bet.
His last dart looked a little rushed.
A bounce out would have been better than a single one.
Yeah, good point. Yeah, 42. And that's what I mean about Matt Sharp. And that's what I mean. He would know what
68.
finish he needed
Adam, you
when he was at
require
his best,
32.
Terry Jenkins.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Adam Lipscombe.
Makes it interesting now. But it's Terry Jenkins. It's going to be tough to break Terry this week. But that's
6th leg,
exactly
it's
what
Terry
Adam
to
needs
throw
to do.
first.
He
Game
has
on.
aspirations of winning this match.
And in this format, with the darts, if you can get it done in 5 throws,
119.
it's going to be extremely difficult to break. You have to break by playing some
100.
good darts. It's going to be showing patches of good darts. But I think if we have a look at the scoring power pack here, Glenn, I think this is kind of where the game is hinging in Terry's favour. Look at
99.
the split in terms of where the ton plus bids are. 5-3-2, whereas Lipscomb is all in that ton plus column. If he can drag a couple more 180s
59.
in there, he will present himself with some chances.
Yeah, it's turning them tons into ton 40s, the ton 40s into ton 80s. And, you know, there's a game I love for scoring. 3
86.
points for 180, 2 points for a 140, 1 for 100, and getting to 21 points. And, you know, the big scorers, Rob Cross is amazing at that game. I don't think I ever beat him at that.
85.
And so for Adam, he just needs to turn those hundreds, then 1 treble returns into 2 trebles if you're going to be competing against someone like Terry Jenkins.
60.
And is that the next level in his development?
Yeah, absolutely. And it was great chatting to him. He's probably made a bit of a faux pas in a sense of not going to
95.
challenge
Terry
to her this
require
week.
137.
And that's a kind of inexperience kicking in there with a 162 leave. For 18s, he will leave tops.
97.
Terry Jenkins is looking good for a 2-0 return.
Lipscomb can only apply pressure because Terry
58.
wants tops
Terry require
to make
40.
it 2 from 2 on the first day of action here at the Super Series. tens.
30.
3-match darts come and go.
Adam, you require 104.
I don't know. That just looked a little snatchy there from Adam. That's the difference when you're on 0 points and you're looking for your first win of the day. He just didn't follow through with our arm. He sort of threw with fear.
25.
He hasn't put an awful lot of pressure on this 10 because this is not a double people like. But that's a good marker.
Six.
Did not expect that, Henry.
Adam, you requires 79.
Did Adam Lipscombe expect this opportunity? Well, it knocks. He goes treble 13 for tops.
Game shot on the 6th.
And we go all
Adam
the way
Lipscombe.
to the decider, and it is Lipscombe who has the dart. Terry Jenkins, who has had a multitude of opportunities now. He has had 5 darts at double to win this match. They have come and they have gone, and it is Lipscombe with the advantage of throw in a 7th and deciding leg. Can he claw a victory out of the jaws
85.
of a Jenkins defeat?
Yeah, it was a bizarre way to go for 79 because the 19s at least gives you the dart at tops, whereas the 13 route only gives you the dart at the bullseye. So, but yeah, the 2 dart combination. You know, what do I know? People will be saying Durant, but not the way I would recommend people go. But he's back in this game. Jenkins will be feeling frustrated right now, but probably also feeling he's the better player. And this would be a tough defeat for him because when you're the better player and when you had the 5 darts to win the match, and we've waxed lyrical about his opening game of the day, and he's seeing a guy still peppering that hundreds. He's 100 behind here is Jenkins.
And with that 79, is that because of the percentage play? Because if he hits a single 13, it's 16 ball, as opposed
85.
to if you go 19s of that shot and you miss the treble, it's 20 tops.
It's funny enough, you know, sometimes I didn't like the treble 19 going in because double 11's not really a gimme. You've got the opportunity of going into the big 11. I guess it's just all about that last dart at tops, whereas the treble 13 route is, you know,
125.
like Martin Adams, if he normally goes that route, and you're looking at the 19s. Gary Thompson was another one. But Jenkins from nowhere, that 85, 125.
99.
And
So you
again,
require
just
130.
experience-wise, if he'd just gone with the bullseye there, would have left him a 2 dart combination. Is it going to be bull for the bull? It isn't.
65.
So here's your opportunity, Adam.
102.
He's shown some character to make a charge here. Can he find the finishing line?
62.
Well, he's gone bull for
Terry
double 16 there.
65.
And so Jenkins 65. 59 left, so 19. Leaves a dart at tops for the win. And that's a 6th match dart that's come and gone. Lipscomb's back for the match, having 12-3-1, having survived 6 match darts. And Lipscomb gets the win over Terry Jenkins, coming back from 3-1 behind to get the better of the ball by 4 legs to 3. And so Lipscomb is on the board in this group, a 74.91 average. But importantly for him, it's the 2 points that are on the board. He's actually 10 points behind his 4-0 defeat to McGeeney, but that's how darts is a funny old game. The points are all that matters. We're going to take a break, and it is Neil Duff against Mark McGeeney in a heavyweight clash.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. Our 6th match of the session sees Mark McGeeney take on Neil Duff. McGeeney showed great resilience and mental strength in his first game, regrouping after the agonising disappointments of Q School yesterday to record a whitewash victory. He takes on Neil Duff, who missed 3 match starts in his opener, 1 at the Bull for a 164 and 2 at double 12. Who'll pick up the points in this one? Lads, what do you think?
Well, I get the sense this is a game that could see all 7 legs being played, a bit like the previous one between Lipscombe and Jenkins, where the man from Portsmouth pulled off the comeback against the Bull. Mark McGeeney, as we mentioned, has well documented what happened yesterday at PDC School, but he's come straight back here to the Super Series and back in the winners' enclosure with a 4-0 success against Adam Lipscombe. Up against him, Neil Duff, who won the WDF World Championship in April and will be making his World Seniors debut at the Circus Tavern in February, in a couple of weeks' time, for that World Seniors Darts Championship. He's going to be amongst the seeds for that particular tournament, and he's going to be one of the fancied names to win that particular event at the Circus Tavern in a few weeks' time. Mark McGeeney, also over the age of 50. Don't know if he's going to be at the qualifiers or not in Reading, but if he is, he's going to be a preeminent danger to qualify, and if he does exactly that, will be a danger in the field. Well, these are 2 of the premier senior slingers on show here, and so we expect a quality encounter.
Is McGeeney over 50?
Maybe bang on, isn't he?
Is he? That's interesting.
30.
Yeah, this was a game that sort of stood out for me this morning. Even more for sort of Neil Duff now, because McGeeney, nice 4-0 victory.
85.
He'll be feeling rather good going at this game. Neil Duff, who very confident in his interview. Last thing he wants to do is go play 2-1 on. So we'll see how this goes, but quite a slow start from Neil Duff in his first game. I expected him to win that game against Johnny Haynes, but like I said, the spoiler kicked in and won a game. It was an enjoyable game to watch, so hopefully Neil Duff wasn't too disappointed as he went back to the Players' Lounge.
100.
And he'll be looking at a victory here.
A character like Neil Duff is not really one we see in the game anymore. Someone who's got that confidence and is not afraid to tell people how well he's playing.
60.
And he's not afraid to even publicly on camera predict the outcome of results. And to make this the sport the spectacle it is, you need a character like Neil Duff
60.
just to spice things up a little bit.
I don't remember him being that confident as well. Like I said, when I played in the system with him, he wasn't one of the top dogs at all. But so to see him sort of come
100.
on and try and grab him this week, and just when did the light switch on for him? When did he realise, and when did he really start taking it seriously? With McGeeney, McGeeney's one of them players who, have a look at his flights here. Big fan of Phil Taylor is Mark McGeeney, but I've seen him cut flights down to absolute minimum, and he uses a very, very small pair sort of kite flight there, which he looks for that Taylor understacker type thing, and he's worked on that over the years, but freely admits didn't play a lot of darts in 2022. I don't think he was surprised too much he did well at Q School.
111.
But he took a lot of batterings in the 2020 UK Pro Tour Series, and sometimes can you bounce back?
91.
So far, so good this morning.
60.
And that tops would have been nice. Duff, who hit the tops earlier, just when I thought he was beginning to take control of his game. There's a lovely, beautiful angle
40.
there to see. It clatters into both darts.
Marker required 20.
But it's McGeeney who's very, very good with 3 darts in hand, which usually means one thing. When Durran says that.
Game shot on the first
He
leg.
never lets me down, does Mark McGeeney. Yeah, I played pairs, team event with McGeeney. I played pairs at the Dutch Open the year that we played
Second leg,
singles together in the final.
First. Game on.
But yeah, he absolutely loved the Dutch Open too. I think I might be wrong, but I know he certainly won. Obviously, the year he beat me, but I think he may have even won it the year before, or he came. I think he might have won the Dutch Open
Won
twice.
it back to back, yeah.
Did he? Yeah.
Which is a hard enough event to win once.
It's it's unbelievable. It's honestly, it's an incredible. I always want to win the Isle of Man, which I did. I think that might have even been in my last
76.
year as a BDO player and the Dutch Open. And yeah, like I said, I was frustrated that I tread the final so badly.
Didn't you win that Isle of Man title twice that day?
I commentated on last time I was here, Chris Landman. And Richard Veenstra, by the way, he got his tour card, and I talked about in commentary that week that he sort of underachieved as Richard Veenstra because he's a very, very talented dart player. And so Chris Landman, yeah, did give me a few smiles because that was my infamous cheer as I hit double A to win the Isle of Man, only to realise it wasn't in.
100.
At that point, you have to win the final from there on in.
Yeah, you could hear. I think the laughter the loudest was my wife. But I think she knew how much I wanted to win that. That's a very prestigious title, the Isle of Man, and people want to do the WDF system. And Dutch Open, Isle of Man, they're the two types. British Open and Bridleton, they're the type of competitions. You'll stay there.
Oh. 77. Neil, you require 145.
One in, one out. McGeeney's dart shaking all about. Well, luckily for him, at the minute, he won't have to do the darty hokey cokey.
As Glenn turns around.
Duff leads 50 after 12. He might be left in a spin.
125. Neil, you require 50.
Find the breaker throw that he crewed in the opener. Come and go.
Game shot on the second
in double quick fashion.
Neil Duff.
Just looking at some of McGeeney's averages at Q School this week.
It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Without sort of going back to his time as a Pro Tour card holder, Mark, I've seen his struggles. And obviously it was very reminiscent of my struggles last year. And Mark was beginning to average in the 70s and 80s. I think we're both looking there. Looked very close to being...
He looked on first glance at 140, but it's very much in.
140.
That's a great angle, isn't it? Just so you can see that understacker of the way that he does that. Whereas Neil's exactly the opposite. He likes to see his darts sat up.
140.
Nearly on your 9 there. If you weren't listening earlier, Henry's predicted there's going to be a 9 this week.
Well, I'm as useless at predicting things as you, Glenn. So between us, everything we say ain't going to happen.
Yeah, whatever we say, you back the opposite.
I could take that song.
31.
Please for Aaron Monk getting his card.
Yeah.
Obviously, the reason I say that is I could hear Neil Duff here be rating himself a little bit, but with then Aaron Monk, when he was on that stage, my God, we heard everything. And when he lost the game, it was get your helmet on in here in the commentary box when he was next door.
Neil, you require 150.
That's the final in this particular series to Colin Osborne. Really pleased for Aaron. Hopefully we'll see
58.
the best of him on that 81. Pro Tour this time around. He's showing some promising signs here. McGeeney showing some promising signs here. This has been a promising match. This is double 12. That's an 11 dart leg. And that's impressive by Mark McGeeney. 3 breaks of throw in the first 3 legs. And McGeeney has the advantage by 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
We'll take some more of this. I mean, look at the last few visits here, Glenn. 140, 140 before teeing up the 81.
100. 50. 58.
You said that there was going to be some quality this week, Glenn, and that's exactly what we're beginning to get.
I'm just really pleased for Mark McGeeney right now, and this is a good start. If he can go 2 wins out of 2, I thought it was actually going to be a very, very tough week for him. But like I said,
100.
my predictions usually means that the opposite will happen. But he's, like you say, he's averaging over 90 here. He had a 95.46, and it's been his highest average last week at Q School. And like I said, the last time I saw Mark McGeeney, he was beginning to average 70s and early 80s. He looked a beaten man. And it's great to see. And it gives me sort of just a little bit of inspiration that, you know, you can bounce back from the very lows of the game.
60.
That's a frustrating 60. When you throw 3 good darts and you don't hear that 100 score, and then you'll see your player not throw well, shaking the head.
Accidental there. No, apology to Charlie and Mark.
Now at that point, McGeeney should have just been... That's the last thing he wanted to do, was that little one there, because he's got total control of this leg.
22.
And that's not good. It does leave him a finish. Well, that gives Neil Duff a real opportunity, and that first dart is absolutely perfect for him. And what a setup this is from Neil Duff.
131.
So much better.
Mark required 161.
See the frustration. You don't need the commentary there. So treble 19 on the bull.
101. Neil, you require 63.
To leave a 2-darter there. That treble 7 was nice to him. So 57 left, so a fat 17. And hard work done. Tops.
Game
and
shot on the
a double that is in a
leg.
couple of
Neil
times
Duff.
today. Neil Duff, just when he was looking second best, he's had 1 dart at the tops. And he's delivered. And once again, that gives him
Fifth leg, it's
control.
Neil to throw first.
Because
Game
it's
on.
his darts. And so far today, every game has gone with the person who was thrown first. And we're on game 6 now.
85.
However, the trend in this one's been the exact opposite, because all 4 legs have gone against the darts, so we can officially enter breakathlon territory. Tick that one off the bingo card.
125.
Just look at the way them darts sit for Mark, and that's all because of that shape of that flight. The angle of entry.
96.
So much different for both players here. Just watch the way his darts sit up here. So just, that's an awful dart for him, hence the reason he's going down. His perfect dart is just below the treble. Whereas
58.
for Neil Duff, the perfect dart for him is just above the treble. That lovely pull back he has there. And that's nice smooth release.
81.
And then it's just a case of replication after that. The game can be easy.
100.
I've stood behind Mark and played him many times, but always a great teammate. When we played for England, we had some of the best times. I remember me,
53.
Scott Mitchell, played with Mark McGeeney. I played with Jamie Hughes in the pairs. And we had a fantastic time. I think that one was Turkey, where we played in there, the World Cup.
41.
I pretty much gave everything away I had, Henry. Everything, shirts and that's my first. I never give any of my medals away when representing the country. There was something special about putting that England shirt on.
95.
So that added element that you're not playing for yourself, you're playing for something, I suppose, much bigger to a certain extent, like your nation. It doesn't get bigger than that.
Yeah, it's. I mean, you have to play to. Well, a big 17 here. I think you have to play in it to really understand, because people would say, but you're not making any money. Sometimes dart isn't about money. So treble 14 or treble 18 for double 16. And not the route I would have taken at that point, but he felt confident in himself. And just that very, very quick throw at the end. So you don't give Mark McGeeney opportunities. Again, that's not that perfect for Mark.
Game shot on the fifth
hence the reason he had to go to the right there, but that was absolutely perfect. And once again, without repeating myself, give Mark McGeeney a dart, a double, and he will ping it.
Mark to throw first.
And Neil Duff had that one opportunity there at double 16. And in the best of 7 games, sometimes that's what it all boils down to.
Another break.
100.
Again, you'll be hoping that the one hold of the match will be in this one.
Don't forget, at MSS Darts, or at Dozer 180, please get your questions into us. Happy to discuss absolutely anything.
We had a brilliant tweet earlier on by Jimmy T, He says it's impossible to disagree that
100.
the Super Series is proving invaluable to darts, as it was great to see the Q School full of MODUS participants doing so well. And this is what we want. We want the players on this system to go on and achieve things in the PDC. I mean, I think Josh Payne is an excellent example where he lost his tour card, and what he did was he spent the whole of 2022
55
plotting his path to regain that tour card at the beginning of 2023, using this and other events as the valuable experience, the valuable match practice
41.
he needs to go on and get that tour card. He played that perfectly, and I think he's going to be an example for years to come on if you drop off the tour, how to come back and use this as a vehicle.
Absolutely. And I've heard people, I think it was Mace, talking about people
100
tour card holders, 64 and above, should play in the MODUS Super Series, 96 and above, to give, you know, people extra income, experience.
133, mark to
would be
require
great because, like I
146.
said, this MODUS Super Series is big news now. It's a disappointing first start. You really need a treble hit here.
85.
And he does get that, just puts the pressure on Neil Duff, and all of a sudden 62, you're in total control. All of a sudden this double 16 or double top will just squeeze a little bit, but he's been good on them one dart finishes on double top as Neil Duff. That's been his biggest success of the morning, when he's had one dart at tops, and once again he goes 3 each. He had 3 each with Johnny Haynes, and we talked about
final leg. It's
how he likes that
first.
experience there. But this time, the difference between when he played Johnny Haynes, that he has the dart, and that first one there should have been an absolute delight to him.
81.
That 81 will be bordering on disappointment after that perfect first start. For McGeeney, it's a 2 treble visit required. He won't like that first one.
59.
So it is advantage Duff. With the darts on the back of that troublous McGeeney visit. If he can find another one of these,
100.
even a ton sets him in a good position.
And I can see the WDF World Champions fans
60.
up the Duff. They chant. As Henry puts head in hands.
45.
I'm no Chris Murphy, am I?
I can't believe what I've just heard.
140.
140 is just what Mark McGeeney wanted to hear. You might see the bullseye come into it here. Bullseye with the last dart.
130.
Good thinking by Neil Duff, and despite that 140 from McGeeney, it's still advantage Duff.
60. Neil, you require 145.
So 6 darts of 145. 105. He's going to stay there.
100.
And that's a beautiful, beautiful last dart, because that second dart really covered the treble 20 bed. And he'll be feeling really good right now. And McGeeney is not putting pressure on just yet.
50.
And it's Neil Duff's for the taking.
45.
Due to the nature of the first 6 legs being breaks, Duff's not been in front at any point in the match. He may find himself the victor if he can find this double 10. It's on the wire.
And when you talk about a champagne finish, if you want to lift this man, that's the difficult 24 hours, the 1-3-2 finish. And that's not a bad marker for Mark. If that treble 19 goes in, that leaves 88.
92.
There's the pressure for Mark McGeeney done.
Required 20.
And it's over to Neil Duff.
A double for Duff. That would see him open his account for the day. 5s.
10.
And so McGeeney returns for the 7th consecutive break of throw. The break that would see him win the match. Double 10.
$20.
More drama. More missed doubles.
Neil, you require 10.
And so 5s for Duff. To get over the finishing line, to secure his first win of the day, his first win of the week here at the MODUS Super Series, as he gets the better of Mark McGeeney by 4 legs to 3. Both players had darts a double to win that particular match, but it was Duff who got over the line. 84 averages apiece. Duff is the victor. Glenn Dunn's making his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Abigail Davis. After that, we're going to see Tony O'Shea in action against Adam Lipscomb.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Neil Duff has just come through in a last leg decider to get the better of Mark McGeeney in that last match. It was a real tussle, wasn't it, Glenn? Mark McGeeney, how do you think he'll be feeling? Because there were times in that decider where he won't have thought he was going to come back to the board. He then, of course, got those 3 clear darts to get himself over the line, wasn't able to take them. Do you think that'll have any effect on him?
I don't think it'll have a long-term effect. They say it's a marathon, you know, and that's what I would go and say to Mark right now. But what an opportunity to go 2-0 up at this stage right now, because we're all watching Mark. How is he going to react? And that was a real opportunity there. Will he regret that looking back at the end of the day? Possibly. For Neil Duff, it was a big, big double 5.
Yeah, as you said, that could have sent Mark McGeeney clear at the top of the table. We're going to bring that in now because he would have been the only player to have won his first 2 matches. He is still top on legs difference, but a word on Neil Duff, because he came into today as the favourite to win the group, favourite to go on and win the entire week as well. We've not really seen much to suggest that he's in that form, but we do know sometimes he does start quite slowly.
But that double 5 could be huge for someone like Neil Duff, and that possibly is the catalyst for him now to then kick on. If it had been sat there, played 2, lost 2, you know, it could have been a difficult day for him. I expect big things from Neil Duff, and I think I expect him to, start from his next game. He'd be very, very tough to beat. And rightly so, he's the favourite. He could kick in any time now.
Yeah, and as you said, we always know what he's thinking. He certainly lets us know, doesn't he, when he's up on that hockey, exactly what's going through his mind. Just one final word on Mark McGeeney, because his running average at Q School was just below 90. Do you think that'll be enough if he's able to replicate that over the course of this week? Do you think that'll be enough to see him through to finals night?
Oh, absolutely. But I will stand by what I said earlier, that it could be a long week for him. I've been there where you've had a difficult and disappointment, and then to try and bounce back just 24 hours later, it's a test of his character. And let's see, I'm intrigued to see how the week goes for him.
And a word on our next match, Tony O'Shea up against Adam Lipscomb. Lipscomb, really impressive, the way he came back from 3-1 down in his last match, because mentally that can be really tough. You've been bageled in your first match, you're 3-1 down in your second. It can be mentally difficult. There were some good signs the way he was able to come back in that one.
I was really happy for him. Like I said, I've had 10 minutes with him, and he's a really nice guy, but he's up against a real legend. And, you know, if I had to pick a favourite person I have in dart, it would be Tony O'Shea. So as a commentator, you've got to stay... You know, no bias to anyone, but yeah, whenever O'Shea is playing, it excites me.
Yeah, I think it excites a lot of us when Tony O'Shea is up on that hockey. Let's get into this one then. Henry, back over to you.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, it's always an occasion when the Silverback takes it to the stage, and he takes on Adam Lipscomb here in our 7th game of the day. 2 rounds down, and so we kind of know roughly where the players are playing, and we roughly know that everybody's going to cancel each other out, because that has been the trend of the day so far, of all players on 2 points. So what are we going to get from this one, I wonder? Because we saw in the opening game for Lipscomb, he lost 4-0, average 85, beat McGeeney, average 10 points less. Same story for O'Shea. He lost 4-1 to Jenkins with an 81. He beat Haynes with a 78. It's a funny old game sometimes, isn't it?
First leg, it's Tony to throw first.
And it is O'Shea with the darts. Every single game going with the darts so far today here at the Super Series. If that trend continues, then it's going to be the Silverback, the 3-time Lakeside World finalist, who will pick up the points.
$140.
Good start for Lipscomb, ton 40 there.
$95. $86.
Glenn Dowen has rejoined me up here in the commentary gantry to, well, for the rest of the day, to see what is to come. And what we do know already today is, well, we thought this was going to be a difficult group to prize apart. And kind of what we're seeing already, Glenn, is, well, look at the table. That in essence.
Yeah, just for the, you know, for the purists, all players on 2 points. And it's nice for the players, because what that means is they're all settled in now. When you're looking for your first win, you're going to be a little bit tight in the shoulders, a little bit nervous. So the competition probably starts right now.
47.
You've effectively just cancelled out a round worth of fixtures, really, or a couple of rounds worth of fixtures, really, haven't you?
Yeah, for Adam, sort of, he's just been from 3-1 down. Apart from that dart there, who's beginning to kick him, but 140, 86, 95 start. And he's looking at a break, a throw, a big favourite here for Tony. He needs 2 trebles, and he needs to make Adam think. He's not going to do it like that.
31. Adam, you require
But he needed a treble with the last start, but not that one.
Not the treble too. For 18s.
72.
That's the route I like to go, that on 108, even though I'm a 16s player. And it all goes back to something positive from years ago where I wanted 108 for the match. It's crazy. Probably the only time that I ever really finish on a double 18.
137. Adam, you require 36.
For Adam, 16 dart break. It's not a dart. And there the opportunity is, Adam.
28.
You were in total
Tony,
control of this leg.
50.
I just need a little bit of composure. And for me, that was just a little bit rushed. And the experience of O'Shea's. There goes the eyes that Henry talked about earlier.
Tony O'Shea.
He holds his hands to apologise, but rest assured, he doesn't mean that. He might be a nice guy, but when you snatch a leg that you were never in,
second leg,
it's
a
Adam
great
to throw
first. Game on.
And for Adam, you can see the frustration there, Henry.
Tony O'Shea has been in a commentary box like this many times, and I'm sure if he was sat in there, he would tell players not to apologise for winning a leg.
Wouldn't it be great? Like I said, it was a fantastic crowd here on Saturday night. If we could see the legends of Tony O'Shea, Darryl Fitton, Terry Jenkins, McGeeney, Duff. So get yourself here, and it's free on Saturday night. Dartshop.tv here in Portsmouth.
60.
And you could just be that fourth dart for us, just to make it really, really special. Come and make it a great atmosphere. I watched it on Saturday night. Great crowd that turned up. Let's replicate that. Get yourselves here.
59.
You got the sort of lineup that would make a great exit. I mean, the 6 players on the show just in Group A: Terry Jenkins, Tony O'Shea, Johnny Haynes, Neil Duff, McGeeney, Lipscombe. That would be a good exhibition lineup, let alone a big event like this. And you can come here for free. Darryl Fitton, such a crowd favourite coming in later on this week.
Well, if you like that, there's
Adam,
3 of them on the
161.
Power Tour in Germany. So just working with these guys, it's absolutely fantastic. There's what crack we have backstage.
60.
You know, it's good fun, all good humour. Colin Lloyd as well. Last time I seen Colin Lloyd, he played his game and he walked in with no T-shirt on. He'd even someone out the audience had took his T-shirt off him.
100.
I sellotape mine on when I walked up.
101.
No one wants to see you topless, Glenn. 86 left for Lipscombe. Treble 18, the target.
Yes, the kids were pushing me back in the Tenerife Sea last week. So Lipscombe has been the better player in this match, but it's O'Shea that has the 1-0 victory. And just
Adam, you require
bounce
70.
off that bottom dart there to leave that 92 finish. But now what I'm seeing there is just someone, if he just was a little bit more composed, I know the double 4 winning, if he would just be a little bit more Rob Crossish and just sort of take your time with them doubles, I would love to see how that would affect Adam's game, because for me, when he gets right down to the nitty-gritty of the leg, it just sort of looks a little rushed for my liking. But he's outscoring O'Shea.
60.
It's interesting. I was mentioning when you're on your way back down from the balcony to have a chat with Abby that both players lost their first game on their second, but they averaged more in their opening defeats than they actually did in victory second time round.
And that's why I hate averages. Honestly, I can't stand them. It's just finishing, you know, it equates usually to averages. I mean, there was one match there where it was 91, 92, the pair of them, till they both missed. I think it was the last game anyway, Duff and McGeeney. They were round about the 90, 91 average throughout.
42.
You know, they end up with a mid-80s average because they missed a few doubles at the end. So I'm not the biggest fan when it comes. I love me statistics, love me numbers. I'm surrounded by them as we watch this game, but I just like the win and loss. And that's what 59. I'm trying to teach, you know, people. I remember I used to say finish a game, Henry, and then I'd say that's a 27-33 average. And like, how do you know that, Glenn? Because I was counting the darts. And then when I started winning against really good players and you're not thinking of averages, you know, them averages were turning into 30 plus, 31 plus.
And it's the only sport, as O'Shea looks to cram in the first match to the match. It's the only sport where people are dictated by stats. Pep Guardiola isn't going to be 54. Interviewed after winning 1-0 scrappily away at Stoke and say, well, we only had one shot on target. They got the 3 points.
Yeah, I mean, some of the... So we see this double
86.
16.
Adam, you require 128.
He looks really well, Tony, doesn't he? He'll stay there for double 10. And what a riposte this will be.
118.
That difference there.
Tony, you require 16.
Don't anticipate O'Shea missing double 8. He'll use all his experience in the world. The double 4, which has been kind to him today. And have I done it again? I certainly have. I apologise, Tony.
10.
I am the classic commentator's curse.
Game shot on the third leg. Adam Lipscombe.
Adam, you just feel like he's scraping wins from absolutely nowhere here. But I tell you what, Henry, if he wins this, he goes top of the table.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Averaging 86.25 here, Lipscombe after 3 legs. And it's been so prolific
41.
Locally in terms of winning tournaments, and these tournaments these open tournaments, Southampton, in Portsmouth as well, they're well attended by
100.
some quality players. Simon Whitlock, yes, being the marquee name, but you have the likes of Andy Jenkins there, Chaz Barstow there, Richard North there, Wayne Finesse, we've seen him a lot in this series there. So he's winning events against top quality opposition. And maybe the odd bye against Chris Murphy.
Yes, he was talking very nice about the SDS, is it?
Southampton Dart Series, won by one of our good friends in the production team, guy called Steph, who does some fantastic work here at the Super Series.
He said he finished top of the league, but lost out in the grand final semi-finals. So he was
100.
Really good opportunity to play good dart. And like I said, just before Christmas, I was invited to go down. I'm glad I never when I saw the list of players there. Whitlock, Jenkins. It just went on and on.
Could have commentated with me on it, Glenn.
That's where my game's at right now. That's a lovely dart for O'Shea, that one. And you look for treble 19.
123.
And what I'm seeing this morning, people are just a little bit lackadaisical on the last dart. Even some of the setup players. And without boring people too much in my coaching, I'm working people out on the, just remember the fundamentals of the game, the big numbers. Just don't get too slack. That's perfect. At least now it should leave the tops.
38.
That's where I'm getting a little bit frustrated with some of the players this morning. Some of the basics are just not being met. And that can be the difference in a best of 7 of winning and losing, Henry.
21. Tony required 40.
It's just felt a little bit cagey at times.
Game shot on the fourth.
But a 16 dart leg for Tony O'Shea sees it level at 2 apiece.
I didn't expect it to be cagey. Like I said, everyone's got the 2 points. They've all got a win under the belt.
Fifth leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
We thought we were going to see the best of them. And it's this Monday, you know, sometimes that moving Tuesday is really great to watch. So every sort of win now is worth double. But
180.
The start of the leg, that is for Tony O'Shea, second of the match. And his third of the
100.
day. 100. Now we're going to get the 9 that Henry promised me.
Not this time. However, I'm going to throw another
60.
point in the scenario of all players being on 2 points. I know you mentioned there, but can you actually also just throw the other point, the other side of the argument out there, that because every player's on the same number of points, everyone's beating everyone. Can you become more cagey because you just know everyone's cancelling each other out and you don't want to be the one to make the mistake?
So therefore, then you're thinking of others then. Whereas I'd be thinking purely of myself. I've got 1-1, played 2, 1-1. Now it's time to kick on. Then you get the mentality of a player who's looking around them. What's others doing? And I think sometimes that's the difference between some people. It's a bit like when you look at a draw and someone said, I've got so-and-so in the third round. And when you think, well, how do you know you're going to get to the third round? And how do you know they are? So sometimes it's just a little bit about mindset now. And then that takes me then to experience.
58.
And I would be looking at Tony O'Shea. He'll be just thinking now, come on, 2 wins out of 3. Great start to the competition.
See, I never looked beyond my first round opponent because I never got beyond the first round. Anyway, O'Shea 146 to lead this game 3-2. You sense he may have to take this out because Lipscomb's on double 18 after 12 for the breaker throw.
67 left, so treble 17.
96. Adam, you required 36.
140, 85, 140. This is where I'd like to see a bit more composure.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
Dart that is.
Adam Lipscombe.
To lead 3-2, and double 9 is not a double that us dart players like. But it was a good marker. And he followed that in there.
Sixth
Tony
leg,
O'Shea
Adam to throw first.
Game
on.
Plenty to ponder because he needs to break Adam if he's going to go on and win this game. But that's not the nicest of first darts.
115.
I want to talk about second dart in hand at those types of doubles. Double 9, double 7, double 11. Are they the most nervous start of that visit? Because you know,
99.
if you miss the first one, okay, you can split and then go for the double last dart. And if you miss it last dart, then you spurn a dart next time. But with the second dart, knowing that if you miss inside, you're not going to get another go at that visit. Can that be the most tense start of a visit like that?
Yeah, you'll see a lot of players really go in the black. And when I say go in the C, that means hitting the big numbers. So
94.
If anything, you go a little bit, err on the side of caution and just maybe give yourself a marker. The players who usually go direct for it
140.
have then got the tendency of hitting the fat 9 then. So for me, I was always someone, let's give myself at least a marker. And then it's an even better feeling when you go for the marker and it plonks straight in the double.
58.
So, yeah, that was always my philosophy.
146.
This is for the match. He's going to get 6 at it, 70 left. So the 10s all 18s would have been the target. And so 60 left after 12. This has been some mid-match push from Adam Lipscomb. And it might be enough to see him over the line and secure a second
100.
consecutive victory after opening up with defeat against Mark McGeeney. Tops for baby boy.
Game shot.
For 2 big points.
Adam Lipscomb.
To get the better of Silverback Tony O'Shea by 4 legs to 2 after losing his opener. He's now gone 2 on the bounce. He gets the better of O'Shea by 4 legs to 2. We're going to take a short break. When we return, it's Johnny Haynes up against Mark McGeeney.
Our 8th game of the session then sees Johnny Haynes take on Mark McGeeney. Another quick turnaround for McGeeney. Of course, he had darts to come through in a decider against Neil Duff a little earlier on. Squandered the opportunity, but can move on to 4 points if he can get the better of the punk, who did get over the line in a decider against Duff a little earlier on today. Let's get into the action then, shall we? And rejoin Glenn Durrant and Henry Deacon.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, Mark McGeeney, who in his first couple of games, 84 average and 4-0 win against Lipscomb, 84 average and a 4-3 defeat against Neil Duff. When you actually look at the averages from game 1 to game 2 of the players we've seen today, McGeeney looks as if he's playing at the most consistent level.
He does, but how's he going to react? Because he had a real opportunity to take a grip of this group on that last game. You know, 3 darts at tops to beat Neil Duff. You know, that also makes that Neil would have stayed on 0 points. It's been one of your, you'd expect him to be finishing well over the next 3 days, you know. So I think he'd be slightly disappointed. He has looked consistent, but I also see, you know, that there will be a hangover from the Q school. It would be absolutely normal to do that. it would have been incredible if Mark had come out today, played 5 and won 5.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
And like I said,
Game on.
up against Johnny Haynes, you don't know what you're going to get from Johnny each time. So be interesting. I'm fascinated by how Mark McGeeney is sort of dealing with this week.
100.
Was there any surprises for you, people getting through Q-Skill? It was sort of the winners were Mr. Muscles at one point, Josh Payne and Aaron Monk. I was going to get myself to the gym for 6 hours a day. I think some of the Euro Ronnie hybrids, I was pleasantly surprised to see him back.
140.
I saw a nice post from Kim to say, it could be like a big effect on Kim as well. You know, the fact he's got his brother travelling with him again, and you know, without being quite selfish for Ronnie, probably Kim was thinking
40.
of himself.
And also, when you look at the progression of Belgian darts, in 2023, there's going to be more tour card holders from Belgium than there will be from Scotland.
Oh, that is a stat.
60.
That's unbelievable.
7 players from Belgium, 6 from Scotland.
Yeah.
That is the strength. I think Belgium is going to be the next Germany.
Yeah.
You've got the players there. You've got quality players. You've got Dimitri, you've got Kim.
55.
You've got other really good players as well. Roman, Ronnie Highbrecht, Mike Dedeker. We could go on. And the TV coverage out there is going through the roof. 500,000 people watched Dimitri against Kim in a nation of 11 million. We saw the Eurotour event there last year. Sell out and sell out. It was on primetime TV, on terrestrial television. I think it's time to bring another major back to Belgium. I really do.
Imagine a Premier
30.
League then.
Johnny requires 76.
Premier League in Brussels?
Yeah.
Game shot on the first leg. Johnny Haynes.
And from nowhere, Johnny bangs in and he's averaging over 100 for Mark McGeeney.
Second leg, it's
about
Mark to
slow
throw
starts.
first. Game on.
That was pedestrian at best.
Having a look at that EUQ score. Jeffrey Spaddy Dan's winning a card. We've seen him about, haven't we, a lot on the BDO circuit, but
41.
Perhaps, well, it wasn't on the radar to win a tour card. A lot of talk about Kui Kappa. He's got his card. Disvan, I think now he's got no pressure on him. Second time around.
60.
He's got anything to defend, anything to chase. I think that freedom will help him because, and you can probably speak on that behalf of when you've got a lot of money to defend on your ranking and you've got that pressure when you're not playing as well as you once were, you can kind of spiral to a certain extent.
It makes me feel good that the people like Jeffrey have bounced back because, you know, but my understanding is Jeffrey is massive in the gaming world as well, so he has to sort of get his priorities right of what he wants to do. If you don't put the graft in, one thing I would say, if you're playing the Pro Tour, and if you're not 100%, Henry, it's like, you know, you'll be swallowed up, you'll be beaten up. I was at my best when I was putting, you know, the hours in. But then all of a sudden you're on aeroplanes and hotels more than you're practicing. And, you know, that longevity sometimes maybe it's in the mind,
100.
maybe it's in your throw, maybe it's, you know, various things. But confidence is huge. And, you know, and Jeffrey's confidence will be through the roof again. And he was a prestigious talent growing up as a teenager. He did really well in the PDC.
140.
Now he's got that opportunity now to kick on again. There was a lot of nice stories coming out of Q-School.
I'm sure.
19.
170
What a setup that is from Johnny Haynes. Here's Johnny.
Here does come Johnny. Johnny being good. Being very good. 108 average good.
112
for 13 data.
Johnny required 24.
And this is what we expect to see a couple of times from Johnny this week, to have this real standout performance.
18.
He doesn't get the headlines, does he, Johnny?
40.
But for Mark McGeeney, he has not been in this match, and the averages confirm that. And with these 3 darts, he could be 1-1.
Game shot on the second leg.
Incredible.
Mark
Honestly,
McGeeney.
the averages, the difference, 30 points average difference here. And it's 1-1. But Mark McGeeney, honestly, he jogged out the blocks.
Third leg, it's Johnny to throw
Johnny
first.
Haynes was like
Game
Usain
on.
Bolt.
$60.
I like that from McGeeney, that response. come on, because part of me's thinking, is his brain elsewhere right now? But it looks like he's still focused on the job. He's doing a very professional job. He's a very proud man.
100.
He's played right at the very, very top. And he wants to get back there again. And he's going to be using the MODUS Super Series as the journey for him. For another one, I guess.
140.
Another one. Will he be going to Challenge Tour this week? Will he be doing the travelling across to Milton Keynes and try and incorporate both events? I don't know how these guys are going to do that.
140.
Because the focus should be totally and solely on this, because the prize here, you know, that 20 grand prize at the end of it would be my total focus.
It's effectively a £25,000 tournament, the MODUS Super Series, because you win a week, you win 5,000, and if you go on to win Champions Week, that's 20,000 on top. Add the fees in, you're probably getting close to the £30,000 mark. So this is
100.
This is one of the premier events.
Absolutely.
It should be. I'm gonna stick my neck out here and say this is a major now in the amateur system. I'm gonna stick my neck out and say that.
50.
It's big news.
Johnny
big news where I am.
101.
Like I said, I want to see more Northeast players. I would love to see events where it's a full ladies event, full from Northeast, from Northwest.
57.
There's loads of things that the MODUS Super Series could sort of, you know, play around with the competitors coming in. But this group here this week was, you know, something forward to this. Nice setup here from McGeeney. Johnny Haynes has got that 2-dart finish. And if you're going to top the group today, these are the types of finishes that you need to put away. And 2-darter tops, 10s. That
34.
is the difference.
Mark required 32.
The good to the great, the win to the lose. And Mark McGeeney, double 16, been second best throughout this game. Double 8.
16.
And it doesn't get much closer than that.
Johnny required 10.
Just when Johnny Haynes thought everything was against him. He's looking at 2-4. That's a sign of confidence, that.
Game shot on the third.
You'll be really, really happy
Johnny
with
Haynes.
that. The fact that when you're down, when you're a little bit down in competition, you just go for the 5-5. So the fact he's being able to go 2-4 means that Johnny's in a good space there.
It shows control, doesn't it?
Yeah, like I said, when I'm not, you know, when I'm not playing well, you go for 5-5 because it's a target there. When you're feeling good, you know, you feel confident of splitting it, because that double, you know, hitting the big 2 is not always easy first start.
A reminder that you can get in contact with us at the
43.
Super Series. It's at MSS Darts. You can also contact me direct. It's at H_Deacon Media. We'd love to hear from you. Let's have a look at this overhead angle where you get the opportunity to see how the darts enter the board. And as you can see, Mark McGeeney, Phil Taylor-esque, stacks the darts below. Everything about really the McGeeney action is kind of reminiscent of the 16-time world champion. And so a lot of the analysis we actually give on Phil Taylor,
100.
we can give to Mark McGeeney. I wonder at some point whether we can actually see the action. There we go there. He brings the dart up, almost Taylor-esque, and then flicks back before the release, just like the 16-time world champion did back in his pomp.
95.
Yeah, and he talks about the way that, you know, obviously he's not built the same as Phil Taylor, and probably twice the size of him. But he's trying to make his dart, the entry into the board, exactly like that.
60.
And as I've alluded to earlier, he's messed about with his flights and he's cut them down so they're going like a submarine. And that's not his ideal dart, hence the reason. Hence the reason he's going down as he stays up.
58.
I'm going to make Durrant look stupid, he said. I'd love to hear some funny stories of these 6 characters today. You can contact me. Some of the information I've been getting in the comms box about players. And there's a couple of players this week who are fairly new to me. So I've sent a couple of messages out. What can you tell me about this player? What's anything funny stories? Anything I should be looking out for? Because there's a couple of names there which are pretty new to me.
I should probably caveat some of the stories about some of these characters, make sure they're fit for air.
44. Mark required
some
150.
of these legends.
110.
Was that the best finish of the year? The 150, Simon Whitlock? The Euro Tour?
in terms of entertainment.
And the worst miscount has to be the 9 dart. Did you see that one from Jamie Hughes?
100. Mark your required 40.
I love Jamie Hughes.
Double 10 for McGeeney for 2 apiece. Now up for 5s. Haynes is back on 94.
Game shot.
But he isn't going to get a poke.
Mark McGeeney.
And so level we are at 2 apiece.
Mark McGeeney only 2 from 8 on the checkouts. Johnny 2 from 7.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw
sort
first.
of been the tail of the
Game
tape this morning. I think everyone will be fairly happy the way they're scoring. But the doubles not been great from a lot of the players today. This time he will be going down. So you'll see that from Mark when he go above the treble. If you're wondering why he's going to go down, that camera angle where you see over them might sort of confirm why he does that. For Johnny, very traditional. They just sit up nicely. So just there's absolutely
95.
perfect for him.
Very Eric Bristow-like, isn't it, the action of Johnny Haynes? I don't know if we get the opportunity to kind of see it from side on at some point before the end of the match, but it's very Bristow-like. It's, I suppose,
100.
action reminiscent of 2 of the biggest legends of the game. Oh, right on cue.
He uses that little finger, doesn't he? And then he holds his hand. Yeah, I see what you're saying.
100.
Anyone from the sort of the Bristol area will tell you a tale or two about Johnny Haynes. Not someone you want to come across in an open, that's for sure. It's just that
100.
transition. I had a guy where I live called Peter Sale. People say, who's the best player you've ever seen? I always say it's a guy called Peter Sale, but never left Middlesbrough to play darts. Unbelievable
100.
player.
It's amazing how many of those stories there are. Players that are so good locally, but they don't branch out and take the opportunity, which is why Adam Lipscombe, on the back of the last appearance here, decide, well, do you know what? Let's give this a go. Let's see where the game's
99. Johnny,
and once again, that partnership with the ADC Super Series, you know, if you're doing well locally and you get an invite to the MODUS Super Series, then snap it up.
91 left, so treble 17 would have been for tops, and so treble 14.
74. Mark your
Leave
required
him on
160.
32, unless McGeeney can take out a whopper.
We're looking for that moment on the Monday morning, and a funny feeling that was going to be it.
40. Johnny, you require 32.
Double 16, 4 16.
Game shot.
And there it is for Johnny Haynes. He's a leg away.
Haynes.
A leg away from a second victory in the group. He opened up with a 4-3 success against Neil Duff, before then going down to Tony O'Shea by 4 legs to 2. Averaging just under 86 in this one.
Well, Henry has promised me a 9-darter this week, and maybe Mark McGeeney's the man.
51.
He did one in 2017 at the Belgium Masters. And 9-darter at a Pro Tour in Barnsley in 2019. So maybe he's your man.
125.
If I was Mark, I'd finish today. Plenty of rest. Go and have about 20 hours sleep and get yourself back here ready for tomorrow.
85.
Because I think I know Mark more than most players. And, you know, yesterday, they're tough to take when you have a disappointment in darts like that. We've all had the highs. Sometimes it's how you deal with the lows. And his decision was to come straight here. You might just probably need just that day of self-reflection. Come back, grit your teeth, and really kick in for what is when you realise it's a wonderful opportunity this week.
We've had a question from Jack on Twitter, who I think is a very happy man because he's got Arsenal picture on his logo. They've had a very good result, haven't they, yesterday against Tottenham? But he's asked in terms of the darts, who wins Group A? Well, I'm going to go with Neil Duff. I'm going to go with the bookies on this one. I know it's very boring, but...
I'm going to go with Terry Jenkins.
Played some good stuff. I think them two, and I think Adam Lipscombe, I think, could provide some answers.
Disappointed you didn't say him because off air, begin the day, 10-1, and you said he was good value, Glenn. He's the guy I know least about, so it was hard for me to sort of tip him.
He's your each-way value, I think, in this group.
Johnny, you require
Remember to gamble responsibly. 18 plus begambleaware.org. This is 3-3 all over this, doesn't it?
Requires 75.
The treble 17. The double 12. He's hit double 12 a couple of times today. That's a long way. Come on, Mark, he says.
Game shot on the 6th leg.
Pings that final one for 3-3. And once again, for our third game on the last 4, it's going all the way.
Final leg. It's Johnny to throw first.
Johnny having the darts. Is that going to be the difference?
This is what we want to see.
It's our 8th game today, and
85.
7 if Johnny wins this one. Will be 7 out of 8 with the darts that win the game. We knew this group was going to be tight, and after 6 games, everyone was on 2 points. Adam's taking a bit of control now.
140.
It's a great angle once again.
$50.
Charlie Courtefine, our referee today. We had the legend Paul Hinks the last couple of weeks.
127 and game.
I knew that was happening.
I think we called our quiz team that, didn't we, last time I was down here?
Yes, and we won.
And we won.
And we won. Last week we had Oh Crikey. In reminiscence to the famous Paul Hinks call here a couple of months ago.
Oh no. That would have been a can't speak.
See, I want it to be called Mensa Suljovic.
Oh, yeah. Quite like
26.
Although next week we might have to revert back to better without Binks.
Well, I can hear the production team sort of trying to work that one out, so maybe that didn't work. All of a sudden, it's Johnny Haynes looking good now. And these are the type of points come Wednesday. These are the games you can...
46. Johnny
should be winning.
170.
Both players will feel that, but right now, Johnny Haynes is a heavy favourite. And what a way to go out this would be, because he will go for the bull. He will go for the bull. Ah, thank you, Johnny. Don't do it to me. Johnny, I can't speak.
And he set himself up nicely for the match.
Mark's fighting with himself there, Henry.
46. Johnny, you require 40.
And Johnny Haynes has been very consistent all the way through this match. And it's tops.
Game, shots,
and very
and
consistent. Johnny Haynes wins the game. Mark McGeeney just seems to be fighting with himself. We're just sort of wondering how he would react from Q School yesterday. But Johnny Haynes, a solid 85.45 average there. And more importantly, a 4-3 win. Johnny Haynes goes on to 4 points. He's looking good. Big game coming up. Terry Jenkins versus Neil Duff. Don't miss that one, guys.
So then, 7 matches remaining on the opening day of Group A action. And next up, it's Terry Jenkins against Neil Duff. Both 1-1, lost one so far today. The Bull relinquishing a 3-1 lead in his last match. Duff audibly frustrated with many elements of his game so far today, but still managed to get an early win. Even at this early juncture, it feels like a big game. So let's tuck into this one then with Henry and Glenn.
Thank you, Abigail. I've just said off air there, game of the day, which probably means it'll be a bit of a sponge. But I really fancy the winner of this game going on and doing really well. Terry Jenkins has looked mighty fine today. Probably disappointed only be sat on 2 points right now. 59-year-old from Ledbury. Still very busy, he said. House clearances, antiques, darts. Looking after his properties he has, still very, very busy. Neil Duff, he's super confident, really looking forward to the World Seniors. He said he can't wait for that to happen. Disappointed the World Darts Federation World Championships at Lakeside wasn't early this year. So his focus has been on the seniors since, and we've talked about being match sharp.
First leg, it's Terry
Neil
to
Duff
throw
could be
first.
very dangerous. The
Game
8th
on.
seed, meaning he's going to be looking at the number 1 seed round about the quarter-final if the seeds goes as planned. So that would be, is it Robert Thornton? I think it's number 1 seed.
Champion.
43.
I suppose for Terry, he's at that stage now where he can just enjoy his game. He plays in these events, plays in the seniors. He still wants to play competitive. He still wants to play well, but
140.
he can have this freedom to enjoy darts without pressure, I suppose.
My only response to that would be is that when you're a winner, when you've been at the very, very top,
91.
That title of just enjoyed it. You want to be competitive. You know, you don't all of a sudden enjoy losing or just going out to darts for the crack. You know, I haven't come across that anyway.
95.
He's a winner. He wants to win, and you know, you don't just particularly want to sort of go and enjoy it. You want to still get up there and win, and he's winning. He's winning tournaments.
137.
Anything local, he's going out, and like I said, I was talking to Jim Williams. He said Terry beat Jim quite comfortably before Ali Pally, so he's still got it.
58.
But the World Seniors, you know, for someone like Neil Duff, it's meat and drink for him, isn't it? He'll be relishing that.
100.
He might be slightly disappointed after that first dart, the way it just sat up for him, but does leave him a 3-dart combination. That's a nice second dart there from Duff.
100. Terry, you require
We said this could be game of the
130.
day, and both players have come out the traps well. The Bull here looking for the 130. Needs to move just slightly above that. The Bull, for the Bull.
105.
Not quite this time, and so Neil Duff, 108. Would it be
108.
Shanghai on the 18s, or well, it looks as if he's going to go triple 20. 88 left. Had to stay at the triple 20. The lie was so succulent.
54. Terry, you require
Succulent.
25.
And double four's been good for many of the players today.
23. Neil, you require 54.
Without the fear of repeating myself in his day, that would have been meat and drink. The Duff, tops. Big
Game shot on
moment.
the first leg. Neil Duff.
Big moment for Neil Duff. This had all the ingredients to be an absolute barnstormer of a game. And I had a feeling
Second
the winner
leg,
of
it's
this
Neil to
game
throw
would go on and
first. Game on.
win the 4 out of the 5 today. That was my off-air stat.
96.
And often the bookies get it wrong. And they made Neil Duff a favourite for today. And I do like to say, if he goes on to win this match, I think he'll be rightfully
58.
favourite. The Joe Cullen dart has been very good to him.
140.
I don't think he'd had the dart that long before he won Lakeside. And he stuck with it. There's Terry, that
100.
unique Terry Jenkins dart with absolutely no grip whatsoever on it.
When we spoke to Neil Duff this morning, what I liked from that interview was he said, as soon as I
95.
lost that semi-final in week 2, I was straight away speaking to the organisers, wanting another crack. That is the
100.
type of guy
Neil,
Neil
you
Duff is.
require
He is a
170.
born winner. And if he doesn't win, he'll do everything in his power to make sure things are right. He might go for the bull. He did go for the bull.
145.
It doesn't surprise you when Neil Duff goes for anything.
I think rightly so. You're looking to make a statement.
121.
Got away with that there because
Neil,
if had he just a big 20, he didn't leave a finish. But he's probably thinking with Neil playing as he is and his love of double 12.
1. Terry, you require
well-thrown darts.
122.
And this would be a steal. This would be a steal. He'll stay there for the bull. For the bull. We'll get that right one day this week, won't we?
Neil, you require 24.
You've got to fancy this.
$12. Terry, you require 25.
His preferred method has always been 17 double 4. Didn't work last time. Well, if Terry Jenkins is doing analysis of
Neil,
today,
you require 12.
he needs to just simply work on his finishing right now because the rest of it is looking good.
Game shot on the second leg.
You don't give Neil Duff too many opportunities, and it might flatter him to be 2-0 up, but that's the score. And it's advantage
Third leg
Duff.
is Terry to throw first. Game on.
So it's all for the bull to do here.
24.
Neil Duff, who travelled over from Northern Ireland yesterday via plane. He said it was a bit of a rocky landing as he landed at Southampton Airport yesterday before making the
100.
trip up the M27, or down the M27, should I say, to Portsmouth.
I landed in Newcastle a few days ago, and it was horrendous. The
100.
wind, I don't know if it was the same down south, but up north the wind was shocking, and it was rocky to say that. There was a couple of screams and shouts from people, but enough about me.
97.
I was going to say they wanted a photo with you, Glenn, didn't they? Although I did hear a rumour that Owen Binks clapped when he landed in Bahrain.
Bahrain, yeah, big difference to my holiday. It's great, that darts, you know, Madison Square Garden, Bahrain,
100.
Australia, New Zealand. I mean, it's absolutely fantastic.
Great for the sport.
I never got the opportunity after winning Premier League of getting one or two opportunities
24.
there because of COVID.
Maybe we need a World Seniors World Series.
Yeah, possibly.
54.
No, my luck, I'll get Benidorm and...
The Benidorm Darts Masters.
140.
Scoring very nicely, Jenkins.
150.
Just seems to be his... Once again here, he's on 0 from 6 on the checkouts, is Terry.
60. Terry, you require 113.
And usually when you do that, when you get one dart at tops here, after having your troubles on the double, how many times do you see that? With 3 darts in hand, not a chance, not a sniff. One chance.
Fourth leg, it's Neil to throw first.
And it's 2-1. Jenkins is back in now.
$100.
Had a tweet from Mark Marlowe, who is having a little bit of a throw this morning and watching us over his lunch break at work. Thank you for tuning in to us, Mark. And I've got to say, I do like the setup you've got there as well. Computer
43.
screen, dartboard, with us on in the background. And Lee Seymour's also got in touch. Guys, give me a couple of names who were disappointed to see not get a tour card
100
last week.
John Henderson for me. I thought he was just coming back into good form. Scott Mitchell, Darryl Pilgrim. Certainly on the UK side of things.
180.
Max Hopp. I thought he was really back in form. And in fact, he is back in form. So it's
100.
a few names. Obviously, a few locals from my way as well. But the positives outweigh the negatives, really. But what's interesting there on that tweet with the setup, when I was absolutely practicing at my best, I used to put
45. Terry
Lakeside
Mackay,
on, Ali Pally on,
161.
and play the players. So, i.e., if Teddy was wanting 161 now, I would pretend I was Neil Duff on 133.
105.
Anybody else as strange as me out there? Anybody else done that? And from nowhere, Jenkins is back in this now.
59. Terry required 56.
And the games of late have all gone 4-3. And if this goes in, we're heading for a very tight match.
36.
Just his doubles today, Henry.
74.
And it hurts when you get darts at a double. And then it's going to get 2 darts at double 16.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
Terry Jenkins will be hurting there. There's nothing worse when you take control of the match, take control of the leg. You have a couple of darts at a double, then your opponent pings a 2 darter.
Terry to throw first.
Quality
Game
from
on.
Duff.
And this is the sort of stuff that Duff does. He punishes and capitalises upon opportunity after opportunity.
81.
That's enough from off the cuff. Duff.
We
100.
just know our stuff.
Yeah, well, I'm trying to do anything that rhymes with Duff at the moment. Come on, get him into me.
Don't, because you'll bluff.
83.
Shall we stop there?
Yeah. You should call my bluff.
Tough.
You said you were going to stop.
100.
That's rough from Duff.
58.
This would be a big win for Neil. Like I said, he's very confident this morning, but after that first loss, I sort of doubted him, and then
60.
really he should have lost the second game against Mark McGeeney, which I don't expect him when he has 3 darts at double. All of a sudden, he had a big win over Terry Jenkins. He's top on the table.
47.
And you'll see the twists, the turns. If you can stay with us this week, you'll see the twists of the turns of MODUS Super Series all the way to Saturday night, and then it's just a one-off competition on Saturday night.
85.
It's great to be involved.
So 156 for the match.
60.
For Neil
you
Duff.
require
And he's going to get 6 at it. Jenkins going for the 20 there. Duff, another one of them. Would have given him a dart at double 18 now. If Jenkins went for the ball and got a 25,
140.
he would have been on 167.
$81.
And so for the match, Duff wants
16.
double 8. The double up for Duff.
Game shot.
And Neil Duff
and the
seals a
match.
4-1
Neil
success
Duff.
against Terry Jenkins. Duff doubles his points tally here against Terry Jenkins. He does it with an 84.24 average. The solitary max of the match, 4 out of 12 on the doubles. For defeat, Terry Jenkins means it is a 1-2 record for him after starting the day of a 4-1 win. Join us after the break for some more tungsten tension from the MODUS Super Series.
This is the MODUS Super Series. $180.
And you can join us here at the Live Lounge for finals night. Just visit dartshop.tv to book your free tickets. But back here on the opening day of Group A action, Neil Duff has just come through with a convincing victory to move himself on to 4 points in the league table. Not for the first time, a slow start to a day's play from Neil Duff, but he has now won his last 2 matches. Still missing quite a few at the outer ring, as you can see, 4 out of 12 in that match, but it was enough against Terry Jenkins, who started the day very strongly, didn't he? He was 4 out of 7 in his opening match, but as you could see, just 11% checkout success in that one. And that victory moves Neil Duff to the top of the league standing. As you can see, he's got a superior leg difference. 3 players on 4 points, 3 on 2. And next up, we've got Adam Lipscomb against Johnny Haynes. Lipscomb bageled in his first game, but now looking to make it 3 wins from 4. Will he be able to do that against Johnny Haynes? Let's hand back to our commentary team and find out.
Thank you, Abby. Adam Lipscomb, Johnny Haynes, probably the 2 players we've spoken least about today. The 2 that you can argue are going to be under the radar when you've got the legends of players like O'Shea and Jenkins. And so these 2, but they're both in a very nice position and can take real control. Played 3, won 2 for the winner of this game here. And suddenly when you're on 6 points with 1 game to go after that, you can really sort of cement your foundation for the week. So an intriguing game once again. I've got a feeling, just speaking off air, that Adam
to throw
thought was good value today.
Game on.
And if he takes control of this match against the wily character of Johnny Haynes, it could be a very, very interesting week. I just think he can be a little bit more composed.
29.
Henry. Just watching him closely. If he's listening, I think sometimes I do go back and listen to the commentary. I still think there's another 5 or 10 points in his game.
140.
Has that little bit of composure.
And Adam is one of those players, and he spoke to me actually this morning about it, that he does like to
95.
listen to feedback, whether it's people like us in the commentary box, whether it's fellow players, things like that. He likes to listen to that constructive feedback to help him improve at this stage of his career.
55.
And I don't think he'll be starry-eyed tomorrow. Like you said, what he said to me was when I walked in there and I've seen players I've watched on telly. I mean, the guy's only 30-year-old.
100.
He played his youth with Nathan Aspinall and them guys. You know, they're the guys that sort of inspired him from getting his darts back out after having the strong
60.
man, which is a big part of his life. Then he wanted to get back to playing darts after watching Ali Pali last year. And here he is now, and he's got a very natural talent. And you called
123.
it, albeit off air, you did call it that he could be a real danger this week, and the guy who was the value for money.
10-1 to win the group, which
92.
for a player of his ability and capabilities is quite astronomical. He's not going to treat us to an astronomical finish, though, on this occasion. Haynes wants exactly the same.
44. Johnny, you require 154.
As he comes to the board. Now, some people like the idea of 2 treble 19s for
94.
tops.
Adam, you require 110.
Both players going treble 20, treble 18. Lipscomb 110 is going to get a
moment.
dart at tops.
Game
Big moment.
the first
Big
leg.
double for Adam Lipscomb.
And just a big shout out to the Beehive pub on the Wirral. They're playing their first final tonight.
Second leg, it's Johnny
That
to
was
throw
from Bestie.
first. Game on.
Hopefully you get the trophy, guys. Let me know tomorrow how you did. And that is a lovely setup from Mark Marlowe, isn't it? So hopefully you're playing against Adam and Johnny
83.
right now. But after that big finish there from Adam, 110, you're 1-0 down.
60.
I do like what I see with him. Very softly spoken, very respectful. Made me laugh when he
100.
said to Andy Jenkins had rang him and said, "What you doing?" this week. Just a big shout out to his sponsors.
121.
Civil engineering company who he's worked with for 13 years. Talk about my writing. I think it's O'Halloran O'Brien, but apology if I got that wrong. And GE Fire and Security. Dave England. Talking about Edgar Scruffy writing. I can't even read my own.
85.
Talked a lot about Keegan Brown as well. Played with him in the youth. It was great to see Keegan get his card back, Henry.
94.
I've sat with him for the past 2 years. Absolute gentleman. And I know seen the disappointment when he lost to Ali Pali against, I think
105.
it was the German,
Johnny, you require
Florian Hempel,
124.
yeah. But to bounce back, I had a feeling he would bounce back and get through. He's in good form. So 14 for Bull, double 11. Just double check there with Charlie.
113.
Talked about that earlier. When you go straight for it, there's that concern there. And the beauty of the 130, it's only one treble required. So it's either treble 18 or Bull.
94.
That's a lovely
Johnny,
setup there from Adam.
11.
And that puts the pressure on this. This first start is not easy. You've just got to believe in your throw, and he just sneaks in.
Game shot on the second
Double
leg.
4.
Johnny Haynes.
Has been very nice to the players today. And it's 1-1. And nothing to split them so far.
Third leg, it's Adam to
In
throw
the averages,
first. Game on.
In the checkouts, it's very, very close.
60.
And it's usually that last dart where, for me, it's just a little rushed Henry. See if you can spot that. Where is Johnny's been there, done it, hasn't he? How many times has he played at the UK Open?
And is that the sort of thing that as a coach, players, maybe when you point it out to them, that they don't recognise they do it, and it's something that you have to, without ruining their natural rhythm, try and just relinquish from their game if possible?
140.
Dare I say, absolutely. You're absolutely spot on, Henry. That's everything sort of is my philosophy on the coaching.
83.
I've had some good players over Christmas come to see me. Very, very good. Where you're just looking at tweaks. You know, the kind of guy who I like to see, or the kind of player I like to see come through my doors, is the guys where you can give them instant improvement.
180.
As Johnny Haynes, it's another max. But when you're dealing with someone like Adam, it's just, you're only looking at the sort of the finer points, and obviously
28.
I can give a critical eye.
Johnny, you require 96.
And the thing that I can see right now is he can improve immediately.
Double 14.
Double 14, yeah.
Game shot on the
It's
third
good. May
leg.
have to improve
Johnny
immediately
Haynes.
because Haynes has obtained the breaker throw to lead 2-1.
The one guy we didn't really speak about, Johnny Haynes, we called him the
Fourth leg,
spoiler.
it's Johnny to throw first.
He could be the guy of, after today, it's going to be top of the table. It's an intriguing league, this one, this group here. Struggle to pick a winner all day. I've changed your mind as it goes along, but definitely the best group we've had so far.
85.
Averaging 101.04 in this present moment in time. This is the, one of the performances of the year so far from Johnny Haynes.
136.
A couple of ton toppers since the return of the Super Series on January the 2nd.
It's always nice. That was always the benchmark I was always single averages. So when you're averaging over 30, then it becomes 33, and then it's just gone madness in Start Connect.
125.
Madness, they call it madness. This leg, 140, 136, 125. To set himself up for the 12 darter in the previous leg, he went on a berserk run of scoring. And so, tops, or does he like the lie there for the treble? He liked the lie for the treble, and so it means double 10. It would have been for a 12. And this goes all the way back on 2-3-1. Expect Haynes, I think, to split again 2-4 this time round.
Too old school for a double-double. Johnny.
10.
But as Henry alluded to, he is looking down because double four has been so kind to him.
2.
Now Adam has had one century finish, was 110, and guess what he needs here? It's not this time. And you can see the frustration there. And Johnny Haynes, who's just averaging round about the 100 mark, will be coming back for his
Johnny, you require
favoured double 4 for a 3-1 lead.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Johnny Haynes.
Absolutely fantastic dart here from Johnny Haynes. Very professional, very solid. Just under the radar.
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw
Right
first.
now, he's the player to beat.
He won't be under the radar for much longer playing like this. 95.61, the Haynes average. It would mean he'd become the
25.
first player to move on to 6 points.
No, there's something about getting to 6 points
100.
as well. You've got the positive ratio of having more wins and losses on the day, and yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong, he's got a very, very tough last
83.
game against Terry Jenkins, but he'd be feeling good going into it.
I don't know if you watch a lot of American football or sports like that, Glenn, but obviously it's the playoff season in that particular
100.
sport at this present moment in time. And a lot of things that a lot of the pundits will say on that is teams who have a positive seasonal record and how the difference could be
99.
between having that positive record and negative record. Well, Haynes, if he wins this game, the worst case scenario for him would be a 3-2 day. That's a positive record. And so you can go and finish your
140.
day to day feeling positive that you have been better more often than you have not.
Yeah, well, Johnny Haynes is someone you're thinking,
55.
why has he
Johnny
never travelled?
required
Why has he never, he'll have
161.
his reason. But 10 times he's played in the UK Open. I'm sure that many of them's via the Riley's qualifiers. But you just wonder, what could he have done in the
59.
game? Because, you know, when you talk to anyone from the Swindon, Bristol sort of area, everybody knows Johnny Haynes. Why didn't he travel? Let me know. That does a 180.
95.
Johnny's
required
potentially on a
102.
journey to a 4-1 win. We can take out the 102. Double 14. Decided to go ball double 16. And that was in the 7 bed, so double 17
will be the shot, yeah.
we say is 1.
36. Adam, you require 144.
Just below the bed. I can see nothing
44.
now but a Johnny Haynes win.
Johnny, you require 66.
So treble, 10 or bull. Sometimes you even change your mind when you go there. So 49 left. And he just double checks once again, which is very sensible. That's a lovely dart for tops for the match.
46. Adam, you require 100.
And he's not been in this game, Adam. And how many times do we say that?
80.
Really fancy that one going in.
Johnny, you require
Johnny
20.
Haynes would be delighted there because he had total control of this game. It's double 10. Very
shots,
polished
and the match,
performance from Johnny Haynes. The one player we haven't really talked a great deal. We called him the spoiler. What we could call him now is he's top of the table. The first player to go on 6 points. Johnny Haynes, he's making his move, averaging well over 90. 4-1 win over Adam Lipscombe. He'd be feeling good going into his last game against Terry Jenkins. Big, big performance coming up next from Neil Duff, Tony O'Shea. Don't be missing that one.
Right then, 5 more matches to bring you today. The penultimate for both of these players, Neil Duff and Tony O'Shea. Duff with a comfortable victory over Terry Jenkins the last time out, despite missing 8 at a double in that one. As for O'Shea, he's looking to join Duff on 4 points. His one victory coming in the only match where he's posted an average below 80 so far today. Double D are ready in comms then, so let's hand back to Duzzer and Deacon.
Yes, I'll be looking forward to this game. Tony O'Shea, Neil Duff, the World Darts Federation World Champion in your picture there, against one of the real legends. Will they be meeting each other at the World Seniors World Championships in Purfleet in a few weeks' time? Wonder if they'll be thinking, I'm going to beat you here, so you remember this in a few weeks? Or will they just be concentrating on the game right now? The bookie's favourite was Neil Duff coming into this today. He is beginning to make his move right now. This would be a really big win for him. For Tony O'Shea, you just feel he just maybe needs to have something, especially after that last defeat to Adam. Could be a big match, you know, obviously for both players, more for Tony rather than Neil.
First leg,
Any
it's
thoughts,
Neil to
Henry?
throw first. Game on.
I get the feel this is a big game for the group. Just having a look at the table. Duff on 4, O'Shea on 2. If O'Shea wins this one, A, it's a great result for Johnny Haynes, and B, it keeps everything congested. If Duff wins this, we may begin to see just a little bit of a chasm between bottom and top, but O'Shea is looking to stop that right in its tracks with the opening max of the match.
140.
The opening visit of his match. Can you follow up, Tone? And set the tone, not this time.
41.
The groans. I don't think they like our puns, do they? Thank you.
45.
Our production staff doing an excellent job.
I don't think they believe us.
Doing our excellent spotter, Owen Binks. Does a brilliant job
85.
here at the Super Series, both as a ref and as a spotter and other capacities. Good lad, is Owen. We know we have a bit of banter with him, but he's a good lad.
123.
And so Duff here, first poke at 108 in a competitive first leg.
99. Neil, you
O'Shea
require
started with a maximum.
108.
But it's Duff who managed to find a way to a finish first. And so double 14 for the opening leg for Duff with a ton
94.
top is not going to
Tony
happen.
require 96.
And so O'Shea to attain that opening leg break wants 96. That's a nice lie for the triple 20. Just above. And so Duff
56.
returns for the double 7.
Neil, you require 14.
It's a good double for people who like the double 16, but that's obviously the difficult. And
No
that's
score.
Disappointing.
Tony, you require 40.
That's disappointing. O'Shea, don't think he thought he was coming back here. Sometimes you think my luck's not in today. You know, people will laugh at me when I say that. It's not a bad way to go. Double 10.
20.
It's disappointing.
Neil, you require 14.
Tony O'Shea has used the same darts for a long time, but I thought they looked just slightly different. No mistake of hitting double 3 this time.
10.
Scrappy.
Tony required 20.
Potential game of the day. We called it off air.
It's getting a bit nervy
Neil,
at the
you
Super
require 4.
Series.
I'm probably totally wrong, but they don't look like the darts he's been thrown today, Tony.
Game shot on the first
And that
leg.
will hurt.
Neil Duff.
Holds his hands up as an apology. He doesn't mean that.
Second leg, it's Tony to throw first. Game on.
There was a walk back to the table as to what was that?
No, it is the same dart. Yes, it will be as bad as
80.
it is. When you looks down, them sort of things happen. Tony O'Shea be feeling a very frustrated man right now. For Neil Duff, he's just got to capitalise.
59.
Just get over the winning line. You can worry about averages tomorrow. And worry about averages are soon forgotten about. Getting to 6 points is all that he'll know in a few minutes' time. And that's what you've just got to focus on.
And these are two players that are very honest about their appraisal about things as well.
And how many times have they played each other in the WDF system?
70.
I've got the answer.
Go on.
None. I'm amazed. I was looking at the head-to-heads there. I thought this one will be double figures because I say they've both been on the circuit a long time. And I've got no record here of them playing each other.
I suppose both players kind of reached their peak in the system at different points. Obviously, O'Shea, which had a lot of dominance in the noughties in the early 2010s, whereas Duff probably say his best spells kind of been 2017, 2018, and of course continuing now as their reigning champion.
Yeah, I think his success is even later than that. Like I said, 17, 18 hours in the system, and Neil Duff was, albeit you don't want to draw him, he was not winning tournaments, and he was not as dangerous as what he is now. Right now in the system, he's up there to being the #1. There's another disappointment not getting through. James Hurrell. I was expecting big things from him.
135.
And I know that my good friend Jim Williams was desperate for him, because sometimes you need your dance partner. Sometimes you need someone who you can just sit with it long. It's a long year on them Pro Tours, but if you've got someone who you're sat with in the company,
180.
It's his
Tony
first 180 this match.
83.
And that put some pressure, but he's 16 bull. Needs this, because I don't anticipate Duff missing this. He's been pretty proficient on this double top. He's feeling rather good about himself. Will he be thinking of those missed doubles, or will he thinking positively?
Shot on the second leg.
Bang, plumb in the middle. With that big gold star on his back. He's a very, very proud WDF champion.
Leg, it's Neil to throw first. Game on.
He'll be feeling good right now, Henry.
Well, that was technically 5 perfect darts from Neil Duff on the back of the 39, 180, 58, clean kill.
55.
Getting the break against O'Shea, leading 2-0.
41.
A lovely first dart there for Duff. Did not expect that.
121.
Is he just taking control of this match? Is he taking control of this competition, this Group A? And I think the one disappointment of today is Tony O'Shea.
We saw this last time Tony was here. He actually played in another Legends Week. That's when Chris Mason won the title. We saw days where we saw some really good stuff from O'Shea, and even he is one to admit that sometimes in this competition there's days where it just doesn't quite work out for him. I mean, he played well against Terry Jenkins.
100.
Average 81. Jenkins just, well, he played some of his best darts of the day, and then it's just dipped a little bit from there. 83 in the Lipscombe game.
85.
It's not far away. It's not far away. It's just, it's piecing all the bits of the jigsaw together, because the game he won, 4 out of 9.
99.
It's a good ratio, but then 2 from 7 and other such statistics on doubles. If you could piece it all together, we've got a player here this week. Of that, I've got no doubt.
And it's a long day. Sometimes you've just
45.
got to get your food right, just, you know, a little snack or something. I've seen players come out the traps and then they're just dying at the end of it. And some of them sort of peak as the day goes along. So with the experience of Tony, you know, he'll know what's best for him.
39. Neil, you require 130.
But right now, Neil Duff is looking in. He'll be absolutely licking his lips here, Neil, because this is a potential banana skin.
94.
I actually spoke to Jared Cole about this the last time he was here. And what he says is, in these day groups, players will have a break in the day where they have a sizable gap.
Yeah.
And he'll go out, get some fresh air. There's a sandwich shop not too
89.
far from here. He'll go and get a sandwich, get some fresh air, come back in here, have a bit of food, and go again.
It's a good marker.
1.
Wow.
Tony, you require 112.
When you're never in a match and you get a shot at 112, you have to take it. Still not the end of it. Treble 19 for 97. For tops, what a dart and what a finish and what a steal
72.
that would have been.
Neil, you require
How many times
35.
have we seen that? For Neil Duff, don't be complacent. Just make sure you hit the big number. Perfect. 2 darts to double 16. Keep it simple. Double 8.
19.
Not to be.
Tony, you require 40.
Is this the moment where the game changes?
Something needs to change for O'Shea, and it looks like it could be a Duff miss. Oh,
surely. Surely.
Game shot on the third leg.
It was impossible
Tony
to miss at the
O'Shea.
third dart, the way the first two laid on the bed. And O'Shea's in the game. He breaks Duff, it's
Fourth leg,
2-1.
it's Tony to throw first.
And is that the
Game on.
catalyst? Is that the moment? Is that the spark? Is that the blue touch paper lightener?
check out Neil Duff, 2 from 13. Tony O'Shea, 1 from 11.
140.
What is my conclusion from 3/4 of the Group A so far? If players can start hitting their doubles at the end, that could be the big difference, because the scoring
60.
prowess, a lot of these players have been absolutely fine. The finishing at times has been pretty woeful.
Do you get the sense that this is going to be
60.
a group where maybe we'll see the peak session being Wednesday, when the players have had a couple of sessions under their belts? I mean, you look at players like O'Shea and Jenkins, who don't play as much competitively. Once they've had a couple of days,
60.
like anything, you just click back into gear.
Yeah, moving Tuesday I like. You know, I usually see some good performances on the Tuesday. I remember Richie Parkin, I remember Andreas Harrison, Adam Warner. You know, the Tuesday is a really good day. Because that first day, like I said, for Mark McGeeney, I think he needs rest. I think if I was him, I'd get back to the hotel and sleep till in the morning.
140.
I remember asking Phil Taylor, what's your secret in between competitions, you know, from Monday to Wednesday, and his was water. Hydrating yourself.
78.
Come out, feel fresh, good breakfast. You know, a lot of these players have had a tough week at Q School.
41.
I thought 7 days
Tony
at Q School was
required
bordering on
98.
just getting a bit too long for some of the players. I think one person wrote down just 7. I think it was Jamie Lewis. Just 7 days at Q School is just too much.
74.
And from nowhere, O'Shea's right back in this game, and Neil Duff's running backwards.
It's a game that's ebbing and flowing in terms of who's stealing the march, because Duff looks as if he was going to be the one to run away with the game, and now O'Shea looks as if he can level up here, he could have it by the palm of the hand. But if he misses the doubles here, Duff is back on 60 for 3-1, and the doubles O'Shea misses.
Neil, you require
and so Duff's
60.
back for a break that would put him one away.
And Duff speeded up. His rhythm is so much better.
20.
But his luck isn't.
Tony, you require 6.
I expected big things from this game. Double 2.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's
Tony
a double.
O'Shea.
Not often you see Tony O'Shea give it the fist. He knows this is a grueler.
Fifth leg, it's Neil to
But
throw
it's
first.
2 points, Henry.
Game on.
That's what it's all about right now. Forget the averages. They're done and dusted. This has just been a game of missed doubles. Now it's purely about getting the 2 points. But it's a best of 3.
60.
And Neil Duff would have the throw-in 2 of them. Could that be the deciding factor? What do you think of the day so far?
125.
That does a 180 at MSS Darts. Come on, let's have a chat. I want to hear from you.
I do have a little bit of
60.
news for you, Glenn. I've just had a message from our good friend and colleague Jack Garwood that there will be an announcement at 6 o'clock in the World Seniors
45.
where the final invitation will be given out.
I'm going to have a good guess at that, if I was allowed.
140.
Are we allowed to have a guess?
Let's leave that for the viewers at home, I think. Have a tweet at Seniors Darts and at MSS
100.
Darts. Who do you think is going to be joining the party in Purfleet?
I think it could be someone who missed out on a
60.
Q School place deal.
My job here is to simply just describe what's happening.
Come on, stop sitting on the
100.
fence. Give me a name.
I've got splinters, Glenn. I've got splinters.
Good thinking there from Duff.
145.
Where has that been, Neil?
131.
Looks like he's going downstairs. Just when you were thinking, Tony.
43.
He's back in
Neil,
this
you
game.
require 36.
From nowhere, that 140, 60, 145 from Duff. This is horrible double.
No score. Tony, you require 88.
Horrible double is double 9, but I didn't expect him to go into double 14. So you think Tony O'Shea is going to get at least a dart at the bull here? That's not the greatest of darts. So in fact, that leaves the bull.
63.
The players are just hitting that 25
Neil,
after that.
you require 36.
I'll stick my neck and reputation on the line that Neil Duff does not miss this. That black barrel, you can barely see where it's going. This is all over the place, Neil.
20.
There goes your reputation,
Tony,
Ken.
required 25.
What reputation? This is not about averages anymore. This is just
Game
grinding out those doubles for Tony O'Shea. He won't care a jot. He's right now, and I tell you what, I think the players behind us here in the players' lounge, they won't care a jot, because if Tony O'Shea wins this game, it all just crunches together, and Johnny Haynes is the one who was probably going to benefit the most from that. I didn't expect this from Neil Duff, that's for sure.
Well, missed doubles here are becoming as infectious as flu at Freshers Week. It's just one after the other, but for whoever gets over the line,
59.
It's 2 crucial points for different perspectives. Just a reminder of the league table scenario at this early stage. Duff would go on 6 alongside Haynes. O'Shea would then be locked on 2. If O'Shea wins, we'd have a scenario where we'd have Haynes on 6 and 3 players on 4. And then our next game after this is going to be McGeeney against Jenkins. The winner of that's going to be on 4. And then we have got a congested league table.
I like congested tables. I think last time I was here, it was a massive split of 3 and 3, and it made the Wednesday just not as exciting as
123.
as the neutral would like. I think you commentated, wasn't there one week where everyone was on 8 points or something? I think I remember watching that one from home.
100.
That was that week when David Cameron was involved, wasn't it? Where every player was level. And then there was a scenario, yeah, where it's all dead on 8 points. It was just crazy.
100.
Yeah, David Cameron's won a seniors John Major. Now what's happening here is Neil Duff is playing out of pure frustration now, Henry. His body's relaxed now. He can't believe he's playing like this, and the darts start to flow. Tony has to dig in right now, and this treble 18,
40.
That's a disaster.
Neil 121.
Now, Neil Duff's gone ton 40. He's frustrated, he's angry, and all of a sudden his darts are being produced a lot better, but I don't like the way he went out. Not when your opponent's on 93, Neil. Well, what
83.
a last dart that is. That last
Tony
dart is huge.
93.
So is it treble 19 or bull? He's gone old school. That gives him a dart now at double 16. So we're looking at 11 for double 16.
61. Neil, you require
Old
38.
school finish him. 1 dart to win the match. Neil Duff 30 has been awful on the outer ring.
The 6th leg.
And then you have
Neil
an awful
Duff.
double 8, double 19. And guess what? He pings it. First dart. 3-3.
So then final leg. It's Neil to throw first. Game on.
Duff with the darts in leg 7.
This match is entering its 18th minute. But all of a sudden, Neil Duff is now
140.
producing the darts we expected from the first minute. Tony O'Shea's had a dart to win the match. And both of them now are saying, this is what I can do, guys.
Both players playing with that little bit of oomph now. The 2 players that got to get themselves
100.
pumped up, don't they, to play their best darts. And one thing Neil Duff was so good at when he won that Lakeside title in April was
81.
He kept his emotions in check. He'd let out emotion, but at the right times. He wasn't expunging energy for the sake of doing it. He knew when to release
42.
that bit of emotion. He knew when to just rein it in at times and keep his emotions in check. O'Shea, over the years, has been very good at that as well.
100.
He plays a lot of passion, but will release it out when he needs to, when it's a crucial time of the match.
Spot on. Good enough.
97.
Great analysis, Henry. I totally agree with every word there. And Tony O'Shea's been there and done it. What he'd give for a 140 right now.
100.
Gives him a chance.
Neil, you require
1, 2, 2's not easy.
122.
So treble 18. I like this way. 72, so two double 18. Double 18. And that was all over the place. That was absolutely fantastic.
Tony,
Neil Duff, and I fancied that double
120.
18. Tony, sure, this has been a pretty difficult game to watch for both players. But what a finish this would be.
80. Neil, you require
Pretty much
18.
just sums, missed doubles has been the issue with this game. But for Neil Duff, to get to 6 points, that double 9 will feel absolutely fantastic. But a game he won't want to remember. Tony O'Shea really struggled at times on the outer ring there. 17% for Neil Duff, 14% for Tony O'Shea is the startling statistic for me. For Neil Duff, it's the 2 points that all that matters. Next up, it's Mark McGeeney, Terry Jenkins. We'll see you very soon.
Next up then, two players with one win to their names so far, Mark McGeeney and Terry Jenkins. You feel it could be an important one for the Gladiator, who's had a turbulent 24 hours. If he can get a big win here, it may give him a bit of a confidence boost and help lift his head after his levels dip by over 10 points in his last game. To guide you through this one then, here's over to Glenn and Henry.
Thank you, Abby. Yeah, another intriguing game. That's the word of the day, intriguing, because that's how it feels it was going to be. But it's Neil Duff after that grueler of a game. Oh, I can hear next door's a big sigh of relief. He's got to his 6 points that he was aiming for. For Mark McGeeney and Terry Jenkins, it's been a day of what could have been. Mark McGeeney, for me, is definitely showing signs of weary, the disappointment of this, you know, the past 24 hours. For Terry Jenkins, I had him to top the group today, and he's still a long way to go, don't get me wrong, but I think both of these would be absolutely over the moon with a quick fire victory and get the game back on track. He looks tired.
55.
He's a fit lad, actually, is Mark, and I think he needs every bit of that stamina right now because it can be a mind battle, you know, like I said, after his disappointment. When we talk about
40.
disappointment, he's so close to getting his Pro Tour card. Like I say, he freely admits he hasn't practiced like he can, didn't practice an awful lot going into Q School. But Mark McGeeney does have that natural talent, Henry.
85.
And Mark's in a similar position to Adam, where they've played all the days in Q School. And so they've had 7 straight days, and they're going into what they hope will be another 6 consecutively. And so 13 days straight of
100.
darts means that you're going to have to discipline yourself in every single way possible to make sure that you are at your peak come the tail end of this week, because that's when the big money's involved. That's when the £5,000 is up for grabs.
140.
And people just think it's a case of throwing 20 grams worth of tungsten. You know, there's so much more that comes to the game, and half the time it's a mental battle. You know, that devil on your shoulder be saying you're tired,
85.
you're disappointed. But that angel on your side is like, this is a fresh challenge. You know, you're at the MODUS Super Series. There's £5,000 to win this week. And sometimes you can be battling with your demons up there.
McGeeney here off to a good start.
85.
Leaves himself on a finish after 12 with 136. Jenkins looking for a couple of trebles to do likewise. Well, when I say a couple of trebles, not a treble one.
123. Mark required 136.
He's himself on 153. McGeeney 136. Downstairs he goes.
One treble 19 here.
58. Terry, you require 153.
Only one way to go for 153. It's a unique finish on the dartboard because of that. Were you here when Marco told me that stat?
I was going to say, that's...
59.
I've learned something today.
Mark
I wasn't going to say that.
78.
I'm just nodding my head as if I knew. So don't hit the 8, don't miss the 18. That's fat 20. Give yourself a dart at tops. Keep it nice and simple. Don't overcomplicate the game.
Terry, you require 94.
Terry Jenkins, 2 options here. Bullseye or treble 18. Perfection.
Game shot on the first leg.
Told you
Terry
it was easy, didn't I?
Jenkins.
1-0, Terry Jenkins.
Second leg, it's Terry to throw first. Game on.
Jenkins with the break in the first leg.
So how do you finish on 153?
Treble 20, treble 19,
60.
double 18.
What? Or treble 19, treble 20, double 18.
Don't shoot the messenger.
Oh, I didn't think he would stay there.
140.
Look at the way them darts sit there.
He would have preferred them on the bottom wire, wouldn't he? But he's got the 140, which I think now's the right time game for our tungsten teaser of the day.
140.
You want me to guess?
Well, in the 2018 World Championship, which you beat Mark McGeeney in the final, you registered 100 average in your quarter-final win against Jim Williams.
Oh.
Who was the player
100.
before you to get that ton-plus average? Who was the previous player before Glenn Durham in 2018 to hit a ton-plus average at the Lakeside World Championships at MSS Darts
100.
on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram?
Was it in the quarterfinal as well, or you mean in that competition?
So in any Lakeside competition. So that was the first in, well, I'll give you a guess. I'll give you a clue. It was the first in 4 years.
Was it? Was it?
85.
So tweet us your guesses at MSS Darts for the tungsten. I'll tell you what, we're going to put a hashtag to it. Hashtag tungsten teaser. Is that famous now? It gets a hashtag.
139.
Jenkins sets himself up on 62 for the breaker throw.
That's the perfect dart for Mark. He'll stay there. No, he's looking.
100. Terry requires 62.
That's just signs for me. He's just not 100% with it. So 52 for tops for a 2-0 lead.
Game shot on the second leg.
This is the Terry Jenkins who we saw first game of the day. Nice and solid. Like I said, if he plays here, he's back in the running once again for Mark McGeeney.
Game on.
Just feels like a long day already, doesn't it? McGeeney's lost 2 4-3s in his last 2 games.
100.
2 nobles.
It's actually a restaurant not too far from here called the Noble House.
140.
I think it's a bit of pasta for me for dinner.
Max for Mark.
140.
Jenkins 2-0 to the good, but chasing in this third. Reminder that this is the completion of round 4 of our matches. After this, we'll see the final round of fixtures beginning with Duff against Lipscomb, Jenkins against Haynes, and then we round off with a battle between Tony O'Shea and Mark McGeeney. And in terms of standard and quality, this game is right up there amongst them.
Yeah, they were just peppering that 100 mark.
100.
Just when you're beginning to write off McGeeney.
95.
He's fighting, he's averaging just shy of 93. He's right in this leg. For Jenkins, it's all about just putting pressure on that 106. He's counting here, so he knows he needs 183, so he won't be staying next to that 20 bed. All of a sudden you get brain freeze. Yeah, you get brain freeze. We've all been there, Terry.
54. Mark to require.
I've asked
106.
questions before, Henry, of what do you want, and still gone for a big 20 in that situation.
86 left. We'll move across to the 18s. Doesn't go, and so can Jenkins
98.
land the
Terry require 164.
Real big outshot of the week with a 164. We saw Mike Symes get this last week, the debutant from Gospel, who got the call up at 7:30 on Monday
60.
morning.
Mark to require 8.
Double 2 for McGeeney to get a leg on the board.
Game shot.
Double 2 is found to get a leg on the board for Mark McGeeney, with Jenkins just lurking on the 104. And it is the Bull who has the darts in leg 4.
Terry to throw first. Game on. $140.
Couple of questions here. Afternoon, Mr. Durrant and Henry. Enjoying your comms.
100.
What was your opinion on the 180s hitting at the World Champs? And do you think Michael Smith will win the upcoming Premier League?
100.
Shall we deal with the maximum one? I mean, the standard.
I'll answer the Premier League.
I think standard-wise, I think what we're seeing now with the 96 is we're seeing some good stuff in the first couple of rounds, and then the tournament really kicks off after Chris, when the Seeds 55. Are playing the Seeds. The best international qualifiers are winning through against, obviously, the Pro Tour players in the first round and things like that. So I'm not surprised to see that record go when you consider the scoring power of players. But for the Premier League,
I was concerned after the first round. I thought it was very poor. You know, there wasn't many standout performances, and I worried about the competition. Then it warmed up to be one of the best World Championships ever.
60.
I mean, the Premier
Terry
League
require 121.
Let's see how he does on this finish first of all. So he doesn't need to go treble 17, so it's sensible just to stay there. He might go bull or treble 19.
59.
I just, we talk about match sharpness again. Terry's asking questions of finish, which normally would be really natural to him. But McGeeney's a long way back here. But yeah, with Michael Smith, we always said would be 45. A very dangerous
Terry
animal once he gets
62.
Up that, that major, and the Grand Slam. As Terry goes for double 16.
Game shot on the 4th leg.
It's immaculate finish in there from Terry, averaging over 93. A very professional performance here. He knows Mark McGeeney's not at his best right now.
First. Game on.
Look at the focus. Look at the concentration. He wants this. He wants this week. He doesn't. You don't come away, to Portsmouth, and he wants to win this week. And Terry be a welcome addition to the Champions Week. That's for sure. But Michael Smith, he wasn't even at his best in winning Bahrain this week, was he? I mean, that's just where he's at now. And
60.
We all said he'd win a glut of titles when he gets over that winning line. And I had to laugh that he's no longer the Shanghai Master Champion now. He can rightfully be called the world champion, and I think it'd be very, very tough to beat at the Premier League.
80.
Only good players win the Premier League, Glenn.
Yeah. That seems a long time ago. My favourite moment of that, I guess, is hitting the winning double and turning round to the only person in the building was the cameraman.
140.
So I guess, sometimes I feel a bit cheated, but I wasn't able to do it. But then you think, would he have won it at 12,000 people at the O2? So, it is what it is.
Circumstances of the
60.
time, and nothing anyone could have done about it.
Yeah, I was happy with the 275 grand. That's all I cared about that day. But when I won Lakeside, never once thought of the money. It was just about winning that title. So
83.
The Premier League was all about the money.
Well, you're turning around to one person. Was that like a Tazo exhibition?
Yeah. I tell you what, I did do an exhibition
45.
prior to becoming Lakeside champion. 7 people. And I travelled to Cumbria, 7 people. And I thought, and I remember going to the barman, the owner, the landlord, and said, "Look, I won't take my full fee."
140.
And he said, "The fact that you've said that, you're getting paid in full."
Jenkins here at 78 for a 4-1 win. A really impressive performance. 95.5 average, 6-ton plus throws, 6-ton 40 plus throws, and hasn't missed a dart at double yet. And so Jenkins for the match to get the better of McGeeney. Well, 74 left. And across for the 14s, and he's going to square up
38.
4 tops at the next time of asking.
We did say it could be a long week for McGeeney. Just his body demeanour and everything is just his body language
99.
just suggesting that.
Terry required
particularly
40.
enjoying today, but for Terry Jenkins, it was about a professional job required and a 4-1 victory that brings him right back into the scenario. This competition that for sure he can win, a 93.55 average. But look at that finishing stat: 4 darts at a double, 4 checkout. It's Terry Jenkins. Is that the time he's making his move? For Mark McGeeney, this could be a long day. This could be a long week. Next up, the return of Neil Duff against Adam Lipscombe.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where Terry Jenkins has just completed a convincing win over Mark McGeeney, a 4-1 victory. But let's have a little look at some of the stats, because look at that finish in from Terry Jenkins. 100%, 4 out of 4 on the outer ring, an average of 93.5 in that one, over 13 points more than Mark McGeeney. Mentally, it's been a difficult time for the Gladiator, and maybe at times that seeped into his game today. One more game for him to be played a little bit later on, but we can move on to the table with one more round of fixtures to be played today, and it is Neil Duff who's up next against Adam Lipscomb. He's currently sat top of the table. Two players, as you can see there, on 6 points, but the superior leg difference means that Neil Duff is sat top of the table. Lipscomb could join him on 6 points if he's to get the victory in this one. It's going to be a very intriguing match. Well, Neil Duff had quite a bit of double trouble in his last match, didn't he? Missed 19 darts at the outer ring, but he has taken out a really important finish. This 94 was to force a last leg decider in that match against Johnny Haynes. And as for Lipscomb, well, he's taken out a ton plus finish so far today, a 110. Also in a match against Johnny Haynes. That was, though, the only leg that he won in that fixture. So who's going to be pinning the important doubles in our next fixture? Let's hand back to our commentary team and find out.
Thank you, Abby. Yes, it has been a morning of missed doubles, and then up steps Terry Jenkins with a 100% return there. Maybe that's just the turn that these players will need, because it was a solid performance there from Terry Jenkins, and it was all about the finishing in that point. For this game here, Neil Duff could end up on 8 points and go away just a little bit disappointed of how he's played today. He's had a couple of 4-3 scrapes. He's had a couple of games which has all been a bit scrappy with missed doubles. But the bottom line is sometimes you just need a foundation on a world to build.
First leg, it's Neil to throw.
If you can end up on 8 points, you
Game
would
on.
have snapped your hands off this morning for that. For Adam, he's probably at the stage where he expected. This is a real opportunity here for him. And he's against the dart. You feel like everything's against him. He's against the top of the table.
85.
The favourite to win the Group A. And so this is a real opportunity for Adam. That's why these players get these opportunities.
121.
If I was Adam, I would grab this with both hands.
Do you think we're going to learn a lot more about the table in this next round of fixture? Because I just still think that, well, 2 players on 6, 2 players on 4, 2 players on 2. There's a lot of variables over these next 3 games that could swing the table either one way or the other.
67.
Variables will happen on Tuesday and Wednesday as well. I've given up on trying to work out. I think you're one of the most experienced, and you've been there, seen it and done it. You know, still feel very inexperienced here. But what I learn each time is, you know, don't start writing the story on the Monday, because something will happen on the Tuesday and some madness will happen on the Wednesday. I've seen top player bottom where bottoms beat top, so I just say sit back, enjoy, and it'll probably go down to the penultimate or last game of Wednesday. So just enjoy what you're seeing.
62.
And it's a great start here from Adam. Probably just what the league needs and just what Adam needs as well. Because if Adam wins this game, once again, it all bunches up together.
43.
And that's what us neutrals want.
Last time Neil Duff was here, he was in that aforementioned week with
60.
Cole and Merckx, etc.
90.
And he lost in Group A on a head-to-head record against the King of the Castle.
50.
Yes,
Neil, you
I think we've seen every stat possible, haven't we? That's 1-5-2. We haven't seen a really big decisive finish today, have we? Not one moment.
92.
It's a nice setup.
Adam, you require 40.
But for the break, these are the chances.
Game shot on the first leg.
A double that one is, and you can
Lipscombe.
see the relief there. That's a good start. 18 darter, albeit you expect Neil Duff with his darts to finish in 18. So you have to snap those opportunities when they're there, and more importantly, then hold on to your throw. All sounds very simple. Just keep it simple, just like that. A lovely, lovely ton. That means that Neil really now has to get a 2 treble visit, really.
Force your opponent to do something good. That's got to be the mantra.
44.
Absolutely. So, job done so far. So, keep it simple, just above the treble. Perfect. And just follow that in.
45.
There's the frustration there. Just to kiss us off that first dart into the 5. And when you could have had total control of the leg, and then you look up and your opponent's plumbing the treble 20, but you'd be happy to hear the score of 62 after the way that first dart went in.
We've had an answer to the tungsten teaser. Was it Rain Van Barnum against Mike Veach in 2005? Now, this ton plus average took place in 2014 at the Lakeside. So, which player got a ton-topping average at Lakeside 2014, which was the last ton-topping average before Glenn got one
100.
in his quarter-final win against Jim Williams in that event in 2018.
My memory of that game with Jim has been, I think, was a 4-1 behind. Best of 9. And I could see the headlines because I'd made a statement that I'm off to PDC. And I could see the headlines that Glenn throws the game. You know, I could see if, you know, they didn't know I was trying everything I could to win that game. So part of me was absolutely delighted to come back from there. And, you know, I don't think Jim ever got over that game.
I'll tell you a story about that game. So I was at college
84.
At that time. And I may have been, you know, not doing my studies properly. I might have been watching that game on a laptop. Got a train back. You were 4-1 down. I got back. It was 4 apiece. I was thinking, what on earth's going on here?
There's something similar. That's a nice setup there from Duff. Something similar when I played Scott Waite and everyone at work was finishing work as I was 4-1 up or something in a crazy comfortable position. And when everyone got home, I was 4 each.
Shot on the second leg.
Much better there from Neil Duff. And that's the kind of thing, if Adam's going to self-reflect, if he's going to learn from games, you can see him shaking his head there. He was 1-0 up. His darts set off 100. Neil misses. Then you've got to put the afterburners on. Then you've got to really motor from there.
46.
If you're wanting to reach the upper echelons of this game.
$30.
Got a couple of correct answers in the production room to that particular tungsten teaser.
Must be Martin Adams.
40.
No.
No.
Give you a clue. They're playing in the PDC right now.
100.
Yeah.
60.
We should have got that. Huh? Oh, I should have got that.
Just teased Glenn with the answer.
Been given the answer.
85.
Just gone a little bit quiet this game. So this is a real opportunity for both players now. It's there to be taken, this group.
140.
No one's at the A+ game right now. Terry Jenkins has shown signs at times. But Neil Duff will be confident if he comes back tomorrow on 8 points that he'll be taking the spoils. As you see his stance there, he goes really to the left. Nice second dart.
105.
And what I like about that is that second dart fell in his hand at ours. Another one of them. And for double 16, we asked for a big finish.
114. Neil, you require 110.
We've seen 110 earlier. And for tops, for another 110 finish.
90.
And he's been good on that tops with that 1 dart, so you can see why he was frustrated. That's wild from Adam. That's tough.
16.
Close the bed. You had your opportunities here,
Neil,
Adam.
you require 20.
Because I don't expect Neil to miss here. Go big.
No score. Adam, you require 16.
My prowess of getting things
shot
right.
The third leg. Adam Lipscombe.
Absolute wooden spoon for Durrant as Adam Lipscombe takes a 2-1 lead and another break a throw.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
Can he hold his throw for a 3-1 lead?
100.
Has he learnt his lessons from the last one?
I know it's only Monday, but do you think there'll be certain players in the group that'll be hoping for a Lipscomb win? Because 3 on 6 is better than the prospect of maybe having Duff on 8. And if Haynes wins his game against Jenkins, that there's possibly a runaway leader or two. If Lipscomb and Jenkins both win their games, there's 4 players level on 6. And it could very much happen now with Lipscomb getting his second max of the match.
Yeah, I can hear the guys next door, but I've never played in the event. Yeah, I've never played in the event, so I'm not really sure what the banter is next door. A couple of the old heads maybe will be looking at the scores. And
140.
I know come the Tuesday, Wednesday, there's people supporting various other players at that point. Especially some of these players who've been at Q School all week. They could probably do with Thursday and Friday off. So winning the league's probably more important than usual.
57.
But what I've learned is come Saturday night, everything, whatever's happened during the week, put that out the window. It's just a knockout competition at that point. That's how it feels.
41.
Sprint at the end of the marathon. Well, Lipscomb may be sprinting into a 3-1 lead. Double 6. Duff's not on a finish. So he may think about his options. He may think about busting it.
No score.
No, you got away with that.
137.
He got away with that. He tried to bust
Adam,
it, but just
24.
threw the dart, and he got lucky in the end, because that could have been a 1 or a 5. Now he has to put this away. Very disappointing.
Neil, you require 38.
Very disappointing indeed. Neil Duff just seems to be scrapping these wins.
Game shot on the
He's nowhere near his best.
Duff.
How do you bounce back from that? It could be 4-0 and off because Neil Duff is not anywhere near his best, but he's winning these games, and that seems to be the difference. And what happens when you're playing someone as good as Neil Duff? He's not going to play a bad for 7 legs.
100.
He's going to throw in a little 12 dart along the way. Has Adam had his chance?
140. 140.
His follow through was just lovely there, Neil. It wasn't stabby or jabby at all that time.
55.
You can tell when Neil throws a dart when he's pointing his fingers at the end of the throw to the floor.
And in the games Duff has won, 2 of them have been 4-3.
140.
It's been these sorts of legs. It's been leg 5 where he's made his move, where he's then started to get himself on top.
Neil, you require 121.
The middle of the matches seem to be when Duff plays his best stuff. Didn't have to go for the balls over the last dart, so decided to go for it with the first.
65.
6 after 12. This is a good leg from the reigning WDF World Champion.
140.
He was never going to play bad for the whole game. That's why you have to grab them opportunities. 2 darts are topped.
Game shot on the 5th
the first hold of throw in the game. Adam would be feeling one frustrated individual right now. And I think the players, like you said, in the players' lounge will be thinking,
to throw first. Game
Neil Duff taking hold of this group now because he'll end up on 8 points. And that's a job well done for the day.
121.
Been a good day. It hasn't been sparkling averages. It's just times have been missed doubles has been the key feature. But I've enjoyed every dart. I'm looking forward to the rest of the week.
100.
I think we're going to see some really, really good things this week. I really do. So stick with us throughout the duration of the 6 days here at the Super Series.
100.
In the next game, we will give you the answer to the tungsten teaser. So get your predictions in at MSS Darts at H_Deacon Media. And you can also tweet Glenn at the Dozer180 or at Dozer180.
135.
Andrew Griffiths, 180. I remember Stephen the Bullet, Bunting averaging over 100.
80.
Is this the answer?
Neil, you require 126.
Mike Lichniak. Is it Stephen Bunting? I don't know, guys.
Just quickly, ball for the match for Duff.
101. Adam, you require 110.
And it's 1-1-0. It's been hit a few times today. The one dart at tops.
on the seat
Incredible.
play.
Absolutely
Lipscombe.
incredible. Missed double after missed double. Chance after chance for Adam. One dart at tops to make it 3-3.
7th and final leg. It's
That's
Neil
exactly
to throw
what
first.
he does.
Game on.
And it's the 4-3 man Neil Duff who has the darts.
And making full advantage of it.
140.
Using it to as full a use as he possibly could.
55.
And Lipscomb's come up dry.
Duff's got the gears, hasn't he? When he wants to ping in a little 12 to 15 darter.
Look at how the averages has come up from around about the
55.
mid-80s. He's now 90.17.
And it doesn't feel like a great game, but he's 3 from 7 on the checkouts.
59.
And like I said, he's just got them gears where he doesn't need to go for 19C, which many players would do on 306. He's got the lead.
140.
And he won't be disappointed to be leaving a bogey here, as he's in total and utter control, and he will love that first dart of Adams.
85.
To set this up.
And once again, he's coming to the boil as the game's coming to the boil. He has been
60.
the man for the big moments today. He is shining in yet another last leg decider. Easy for me to say.
132.
Yes, he's definitely been the 4-3 man today, hasn't he?
106.
He said he was looking for match practice. Well, he's using every leg possible. The double 16.
Game,
And from
shots,
absolutely
and the
nowhere, the
Neil
class
Duff.
of Neil Duff when he had the darts in leg 7, in leg 5. He played his A+ game, a much better performance there from Neil Duff, who ends the day on 8 points, a 91.12 average over a disappointed Adam Lipscombe, who had his chances. But that 106 finish, 110 finish from Adam, a good game, a great fight, but it's Neil Duff who takes real control of this group. Next up, Terry Jenkins, who's been flying at times, against the spoiler, Johnny Haynes.
Welcome back to the live lounge here in Portsmouth, where Neil Duff has just rounded off his opening day in Group A with a 4-3 victory over Adam Lipscombe. There you can see the stats, a 91 average for Duff in that one. We spoke about Duff's finishing in his previous match, almost costing him. This time, though, it was Lipscombe's double-in that did cost him, as you can see, just 3 out of 16 on the outer ring. He did, for the second time today, pin a 110 checkout, but it didn't matter in the end. Duff got over the line in that one. And we can have a little look at what that does to the league standings. Neil Duff ends the day on 8 points, lost just the one game today, has a very healthy leg difference as well. Next up, we've got Terry Jenkins against the man currently sat second in the table in Johnny Haynes. It's Terry Jenkins who has 2 victories to his name so far today. We can have a look now at one of his best checkouts of the day. Of course, he was 4 out of 4 on the outer ring in his last match, but this was his biggest outshot and our biggest outshot. Sorry, first of all, we're going to show you this finish from Johnny Haynes. That's definitely not Terry Jenkins, is it? His best finish today, this 96 to complete a 12-dart leg en route to a 4-1 victory. And then this from Terry Jenkins, the 113, the biggest checkout we have seen so far today. The only leg, of course, that he won in that match. So then, who's going to pin the crucial double in this one? Let's hand back to our commentary team to find out.
Thanks, Abby. Yes, the penultimate game of the day. Terry the Bull Jenkins, who can go on to 6 points. Or Johnny the Spoiler, the Punk Haynes, can go on to 8 points and join Neil Duff with a victory. So, all to play for. Difficult to pick a winner here when you look at levels. That man in your picture now, been there, done it, and even today he's produced 2 fantastic performances, but 2 performances where he'll look back and think, I could have done better. I think them performances are both linked to poor finishing and just maybe a setup play. For Johnny, he just
first leg, it's Terry
just
to
looks
throw
like
first.
he plays, to be honest
Game
with you,
on.
very relaxed. And like I said, I probably unfairly called him the spoiler because he's such a great player. So once again, pick a winner, Henry.
26.
I'm going to go Haynes 4-3. I'm going to stick my neck out. Got a very sore neck.
140.
You're right about that Bristow. That little finger and that hand movement. I remember my first game on TV, UK Open.
83.
I was a big Graham Usher, so I knew I'd won £1,000. £1,000 was good money for me at that point. And I was on board 8 against Terry Jenkins last game.
60.
And Sky come to us and said, if Phil Taylor beats Chris Mason here 8-0 or 8-1, you're going live on Sky. 8-0, 8-1 it was, whatever it entailed. And Terry Jenkins, I played him and he absolutely marmalised me about 8-0, 8-1 live on Sky. And I thought, but I went away. I always believed you never lose, you learn. And I thought, if I need to put an extra hour, 2 hours practicing. But a big
60.
lesson. I said, do you remember it, Teddy? He went, no.
I'm sure Chris Mason would be glad to be reminded of another defeat to Phil.
I was just thinking it was Mason, wasn't it? Probably wasn't.
125.
Don't worry. If it wasn't, you'll soon know.
You'll let me know, yeah. We'll wait for the text message. I just couldn't believe that. Well, what I remember that game is the heat.
100.
The heat on a TV stage. It was, and in Bolton as well. There was too many people in there, but what a venue. I loved it.
Old school, in a good way.
Great setup here. Treble 18 should be the shot. A bull.
170.
I would even think treble 18 for the man nicknamed the Bull.
Haynes take out the 141, which Jenkins famously took out for a 9-dart finish at the 2014
97.
PDC World Championship. He actually lost that game to Per Larsen in the first round. It was on that famous afternoon that Kyle Anderson also nailed the 9 against Ian
20.
Diamond White.
Johnny Urakai, 44.
Once again, missed doubles from Jenkins. If you can sort that, he'll be in a very good position going into the World Seniors.
First leg. Johnny Haynes.
Johnny's just one of them players. I think we've all met a Johnny Haynes, haven't we? So laid back. You won't see much reaction
Second leg,
from
it's Johnny
him.
to throw first. Game on.
Very, very solid. And this also would go on 8 points.
He's the sort of player that you know, if you're going to beat him, you're going to have to play well. You know what he's going to do. You know that he's going to be hanging around that
140.
mid-80s average for large sways.
Terry Jenkins has scored very nicely.
83.
It'd be a dangerous commodity come the seniors if you can just. And this is what he's here for. He wants some match practice. He wants some finishes on 56 and 44.
140.
But his scoring's absolutely fine. I'm definitely going to get my darts out tonight.
100.
Couple of hours on the board.
Yes, especially after watching this today.
$61.
Who was nicknamed El-Tel?
Terry Venables, former Barcelona manager, England manager. Do you remember the famous Yellow Pages advert of Graham Taylor and Bobby Robson?
99.
Where they would use the Yellow Pages to give
160.
Terry Venables a gift.
That's right, I do actually, now you've said it.
That was 4 years before I was born.
44. Johnny, you require
surprised you got it so quick.
160.
We haven't had a real big finish, 113 being the highest of the day. We're looking for that standout moment.
60. Terry, you
The shoulder
require
coming to that last start.
116.
There's Terry, smooth as silk, 16. Tops for 1-1.
Game shot on the
And
second
1-1
leg.
it is.
Terry
A
Jenkins.
lovely finish for the highest finish of the day. And Terry Jenkins.
Third leg, it's Terry to throw first.
There we go, a
Game
replay.
on.
Well, we get to see it twice. The first time was so nice, we got to see it twice.
$100.
I'm sure Terry would like to see it again.
But just below the treble bed. I mean, he's going to go down the 19s. But Terry averaging over 90 again. Seems to be in a good little spot at the moment. And 6 points would be a fair reflection of the day for Terry.
140.
I think he knows he can do better tomorrow. I think Terry Jenkins could comfortably go 5 out of 5 on any
85.
day this week. Just needs that little bit of momentum going. He just feel like he's got that right now. As he hits treble 1.
43.
Durham strikes again.
He just looks so comfortable. It's the first time he's been here in Portsmouth. He played in the live league in Southampton a number of times.
60.
But here he just looks so comfortable at home. He's a player that's made his name on the biggest stages of World Darts, and I think the stage setup is most certainly playing to its strengths.
140.
Yeah, I think when he was at Southampton, he didn't have that. I think he was not even playing local league or local comps. So I think the World Seniors give him the impetus to get out and practice a little bit more. And yeah, I remember watching that week. Double 12.
Game shot on the third leg.
Very
Terry
solid performance
Jenkins.
here from Terry Jenkins once again. Just what the doctor ordered. But for Johnny Haynes, it's just
Fourth leg,
simply
it's
going
Johnny
on
to
throw right now.
first. Game on.
And it sounds as easy as hold your throw and then break Terry. Not a difficult game, is it?
On paper, anything's easy.
140.
But why do you want it played on paper? Let's see it played out. Let's see the darting drama. Let's see the tungsten tension. Let's see the twists, the turns, the
140.
plot changes.
$80.
Terry will be averaging just shy of 100 after this visit.
140.
99.79 average for Terry Jenkins right now. I think he wishes he could play all group Tuesday and Wednesday for the rest of today.
140.
The bull is playing like he's seen red because he is charging. He is motoring.
62. Johnny, you require
I was going to say he's finding gears, but
141.
Haynes here has 6 starts to level this game, and for all the brilliance of the bull,
105.
Sensible. Been all about Terry Jenkins this game. Johnny Haynes has one dart away from 2-2.
Johnny, you require 36. Game shot on the fourth leg. Johnny Haynes.
10 difference in the average. Terry Jenkins averaging 95. Johnny Haynes averaging
Fifth leg, it's
85.
Terry to throw first.
But it's
Game
2-2 on the scoreboard. Did you see that? Good percentages on the checkouts for both players. It's now a best of 3 game.
140.
Terry Jenkins will have the throw in 2 of them.
Context of the group would mean that a win for Jenkins would put him on to 6 points. It would mean
81.
that no matter what happens in the final game between O'Shea and McGeeney, Neil Duff would be the table topper overnight. However, a win for Johnny Haynes would mean Duff and the Punk would be tied on points. But Terry Jenkins is looking to decimate any hopes of that being a possible scenario come the end of this match. The average now ticks above a ton for Terry.
140.
Is this telltale signs for Terry?
$105.
This is the best darts you've seen today, make no mistake. This is the performance of the day so far. This is a statement performance of the day. This is saying to the field,
76.
as I finish the day, I am here to play for the remainder of this group. 1 dart at tots for a 76. And he has been so good today. He's just under a ton here. He's had a game where he's been 4 out of 4 on the doubles. And 6 points would be justice for the sorts of performances that he has put in here on Monday.
So he's here to get some match practice for the World Seniors. And he can look back now. He's got 100 average in him. You know, set play in the Seniors Worlds. So he knows in a best of 5, he can pull out 100 average
60.
whenever he requires. He can pull out played 3, 1-3 on the doubles. Job well done for him.
83.
But the job's not done. Johnny Haynes is one of those players you've got to get that winning double against. There will be no quitting him.
100.
The question is, good luck at quitting Terry Jenkins at the minute. He just keeps on going, keeps on moving and shifting through the gears. But when Haynes has had opportunities, he has taken them. 2 out of 3 on the doubles. But really, the metric that's changed the game is the 140-plus column on the scoring power pack. 8 for Jenkins, 4 for Haynes.
60.
And that is where Jenkins has been afforded the opportunities at doubles. He's taken out a 116 and is 50% when he does get a go at the outer ring. There's the power pack.
$85.
A very important last dart there. Just as I was about to say, this looking like 3-3.
121.
Gives himself
Johnny
an opportunity.
138.
Albeit an outside one. You would expect it 6 darts here for Johnny. But double 12 for the Della.
126. Terry, you require 160.
To finish off, a fantastic performance in a fantastic way. Tots for Jenkins. To finish with a 160! With an average 99.91, just underneath the ton. But what a performance from Terry Jenkins. The highlight performance of the week so far. He's played some scintillating darts at the Super Series, and he ends with a statement result. He gets the better of Johnny Haynes 4-2. How about that? The Bull is here to play. The Bull is here to win. And he gets the win against Johnny Haynes. 1 more game to go. It's a battle between O'Shea and McGeeney, and it's live next.
Well, Terry Jenkins has just put down a bit of a marker in his final game of the day, hasn't he? An average just shy of a ton in his victory that we just witnessed there. A superb performance from him. We can have a little look at the stats. Winning the match with that 160 checkout to get the better of Johnny Haynes 4-2. Some fantastic finishing yet again from the bull. 4 out of 7 on the outer ring. Of course, there was that 116 in there as well. He did take out a 113 a little earlier on in the day as well. So some fantastic finishing from the bull to put down that marker to round off his first day. And with one match remaining, here are the standings in the league table. The two players left to play are the two looking for their second victory of the day in Mark McGeeney and Tony O'Shea. Of course, O'Shea's one win coming against Johnny Haynes. And we can have a little look now. His highest finish of the day came in this match. It was a 90 checkout. Here we have it. And that was to go 3-2 up. This was for a 15 darter en route to that victory. As for McGeeney, well, he's been through the motions slightly today, hasn't he? But if he can end the day on 4 points, then that'll give him a little bit of a confidence boost going into tomorrow. We can have a little look at his highest checkout of the day. His best leg of the day was this against Neil Duff, taking out the 81 to complete an 11 dart leg. Who's going to pick up the final 2 points of today's session? Then let's hand back over to Glenry to find out.
Glenry, I like that, Abigail. It's sort of stuck in here as well. Yeah, this is a match where you feel like the loser of this game is probably going to struggle to get through to top this group. So it's all to play for. I think both of them will be disappointed of how the day's gone. I think it was no surprise to me for Mark McGeeney, you know, with the disappointments, without harping on about too much for that. But it was always going to be difficult for him to bounce back after that. For Tony O'Shea, I think I expected a little bit more. I think he expected a little bit more. But with the experience from him, he'll know that from 4 points, you know, you can still get through as the group leader from there. So it is all to play for. You know, the body demeanour of both players is not going to be great, but to finish on a real high is something that they'll both be aiming for.
Absolutely. And of course, this is an intriguing one, isn't it? Because the last game of Monday then becomes the first game of Tuesday. So it's effectively a 4-pointer, this battle.
Yeah, and former teammates as well.
Tony to throw
in
first.
Stockport, I think they
Game
had
on.
a team that included Daryl Fitton and Nathan Aspinall. They might correct me wrong on maybe the Nathan Aspinall part of things, but yeah, that's some local league if they walk into your local pub, isn't it?
85.
Start running if they were your team. Big Stockport County fan is Tony O'Shea.
It does remind me of the 2018 finalists, playing Mark and having Tony who was on the comms that day.
140.
So the times I've sort of watched maybe the last 2 legs of the game. I don't think I've ever watched the game back. I don't think I've watched any of my games back, but it's the Tony O'Shea
100.
tone in the commentary box. So it feels a bit of roles reversal right now.
And what makes Tony such a good broadcaster as well is the fact that he's got this relaxed tone, that he's just that
96.
He's that kind of link between the viewer and the main commentator next to him.
Like I said, you need a dance partner. You want a commentator of a
58.
Wayne Mardlesque, you know what he did, and sometimes you need that Stuart Pike at the side who's just a little bit more controlled and calm around that. So, and Tony fits that bill absolutely of being someone that you. I mean, I've worked with Chris Mason, and it was just
41.
It was a real honour to sort of commentate alongside him because he's just so laid back, so knowledgeable. You know, no commentators are the same, and Tony just has that fantastic tone, and he's been there. He knows how the players are feeling.
40.
He knows what the finishers they need. He knows the people. You know, he's managed players in his role with England, so it's no surprise to me that he's a wonderful commentator.
100.
When he can talk about a good game, can he play a good game here? These two players both locked on 2 points. Victory, you sense, is essential. And if one player picks up 4 points from this battle,
Mark required
then they
124.
in essence, knock a player out of contention for Group A. Even at this early juncture. And at this early juncture, McGeeney wants the ball for a break. And McGeeney gets the ball for a break.
Mark McGeeney.
Off and running in a 15.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Has there been many bull finishers? We've screamed bull in here a few times, but I don't think there's been that many today.
First.
And that wasn't even about the finishes.
Just no emotion from Mark after that bullseye.
55.
Very difficult sometimes to be playing a good friend, like I said, a teammate. You just have to concentrate on your own job, I guess. And like I said, it's not the end of the world finishing
60.
on 4 points on a Monday. You know, you're hoping for 6, you're willing for 8. But even Neil Duff will go away today with 8 points and not be 100% happy with his game.
McGeeney just looks businesslike,
30.
doesn't he, for this one? He knows the task at hand. He knows what he's got to do. He's just going to try and do whatever he can to get those 2 points.
41.
Because, yes, Duff is the table topper, but outside of that, things are quite tight.
Very good on the exhibition circuit is Tony O'Shea. I think I had him 7 or 8 times in Middlesbrough when I was sort of promoting exhibitions, and he filled the joint out every time. Great value for money. The people in Middlesbrough absolutely loved him. I always put a great show on. Best exhibition
100.
you've seen? Wayne Mardle for me was very special.
I used to do the Untouchables a lot down at the Guildhall, obviously growing up in Port, so that was always a good night out.
70.
Tell you what, the pyramids, there's a pyramid centre just on the beach. They used to do a good exhibition with MODUS as well back in the day. Used to have the likes of Wolfie,
95.
Barney. I think Nicholson and Fallon came down one year as well. So, yeah,
I've had some funny stories with the MODUS ones where you go for photos. So Phil Tyrrell walking with about 100 photos
45.
to sign. Wolfie walking with 30, Bobby George. And then you go out, you stand out, and one person turns up. And they bring that one photo into the players' lounge.
Thank you for the photo, Glenn.
Yeah, thank you, yeah. So when I was last in Germany, I had a little word with the guy who was doing the photos to bring about 200, like, pretend ones.
What, Del Boy like mannequins?
Yeah. 60. Tony, you require 122.
This is for a level game. And O'Shea's going to get 6 from here for the break back, so doesn't have to go for the bullseye. We'll stay at the 18s because he's got 86
40.
left. And the way those first 2 darts were, it's kind of a log jam to try and find a treble with the last dart. Could have utilised the bullseye because that would have left him double 18.
Well, Mark should here, but he's very much a treble 19 man.
89.
But
Tony, you require 82.
76 at that point. The bullseye. So he's got an option of treble 19 or treble 15 for double 16.
50. Mark, you require 92.
So he could go bolt because he's quite old school, is Mark. And that'll leave treble 17. For the bubble, how is that dart sitting?
67. Tony, you require 32.
Here's your chance after 21 darts. Come on, Tony.
No score. Mark, you require
It's just
25.
not happening. It's just not happening for the silverback, and so McGeeney returns. Double 8 the target for 2-0.
Game shot.
He's just doing what he needs to do, really, isn't he, at the minute, Mark McGeeney?
Like I said, it's not the end of the world if you finish on 4 points. That's what I would be trying to say to a pair of them. Whisper in their ear. It's not been a great day for either of them.
Game on.
But I'm sure, Henry, people have finished on 4 points on the Monday and gone on to win it.
Remember, this week is a marathon.
140.
Kieran Tian gained just 6 points in the entirety of Group A, won 3 games in 3 days, and then went on to win the week and qualify for Champions Week. So what happens in the early stages doesn't always dictate what happens for the entirety of the week, but what you do want to do is try and set your stall out accordingly on the first day.
Eloquently put.
45.
Likes the dart, just sat there, just sort of pings it on top of them.
60.
When it's your day. They just creep in the treble 20. I remember when I was at my best, I remember playing Robert Thornton once, and he absolutely battered me. But every sort of finish I had, I would just ping it right in the middle of the treble, right on the corner of the treble, which I could have easily gone either way. Hit a double last start. You know, when your luck is in, them sort of finishes go in. But when it's been a bad day, it's like the first dart that Tony had there, and you're fighting with yourself, thinking everything's against you.
59.
For McGeeney, he just has to get these 2 points under his belt and come back and show him what a champion he is tomorrow. 140 be nice here.
100.
And the grimace was there because that first dart was ideal for Mark. But he knows that Tony's not at his best today, Henry.
Can it be a case of trying too hard?
Oh, definitely, definitely. But like I said, if both experienced enough to know that 4 points, go and regroup and come back, and tomorrow's a new day, 2 points, it'll be a long night for them.
100.
McGeeney here is on the cusp of a 3-0 lead in the double break, but O'Shea is going to put some sizable pressure on the 86.
84.
Would have expected more following the first dart, but McGeeney then, it's all about the 18s here. 85 left, so treble 15. Would have given him a dart at tops, and so O'Shea is back for 90. In theory, he should
26.
get a dart at the bull.
Tony, you require 90.
He's hit this already today. He didn't use the bull on that occasion, but he is this time.
42.
It's a long way away.
Marker requires 60.
It's all about the first dart here, Henry, the way his darts sort of understack. And he can just lob it on top of that. Didn't get the weight management right.
40.
And it's just the tail of the tape for these guys today. 2 from 5 in the outer ring for Mark. 0 from 5 for Tony.
Game shot on the third leg. Tony
Better
O'Shea.
Tony O'Shea as he talks to the board.
Fourth leg, it's Mark to throw first. Game on.
It was just a hold a throw. It's McGeeney who steps in, he won't like that dart. So he'll use the 19s at this point. He'll just sit here on top of that.
58.
This is a struggle for both, Henry.
It's the end of a long day. We've spoken a lot about, of course, what happened with Mark yesterday, but of course,
100.
Tony as well. He played in the first game of the day against Terry Jenkins, so he's been on the go pretty much from dart 1. He threw the first darts of the day. Will he throw the last darts of the day?
85.
And if he does, he keeps himself very much in touch and in tabs.
If we could have a side angle again on Mark McGeeney, if winning extra, I'm just going to show you something here.
60.
And just watch the follow through with the arm. Now, ideally, you want that arm to follow straight through. And it's just hanging up in the air. And 1 out of 3 here is, see how that one's virtually right in the air? He just sort of flicks them above
83.
there. Whereas Tony, his arm will flop all the way to the floor here. That's when you know Tony's playing. So, but he's rushing that transition from grabbing his dart from
81.
1 to 2, 2 to 3. He's just a little bit quicker than I know of Tony. And that's when you know that people are playing free and with just a little bit of tension there. He'll just flop this above.
100.
Just the way that people, you know, every dart throw is different. Well, Tony's is classic. It's beautiful to watch at his best. But I just think he's rushing from getting the dart, from letting go. So you want to let that process finish. You want to let go of that dart, then grab the next dart.
Is that down to fluency?
And just feeling confident, so you're not throwing with tension. So you're not like throwing like that. If you can just throw nice and calm. Like I say, Tony's throw at his best was one of the best.
Incidentally, he went for treble 18 with the last dart. It left him 166. If he stayed at the treble 20 bed, he would have had a finish.
76.
It may be academic because he leaves himself on 38, but can McGeeney take out this 76 to put up a 3-1 lead? He's got 2 darts at double 8, and he only needs the one to convert. And so Mark McGeeney is a leg away from picking up a second victory of the day. He'd actually bookend his day with victories after a 4-0 success in his opener against Lipscomb.
Yeah, McGeeney's, when he's them 2 dart combination, you know he's playing well when he's pinging them. That was like the old style gladiator, that was.
82.
Glenn is going to very shortly make his way up to the balcony to have a chat with Abigail Davis about the day's play.
58.
And what a day it has been here at the Super Series. We have seen some brilliant stuff from the ball, Terry Jenkins. We've also seen some missed doubles. It's kind of everything that you'd expect from a day here at the Super Series. Everything you want for a bit of darting entertainment. Some brilliance, some missed doubles, some big 180 hitting.
45.
And we do it all again tomorrow from 9:30 on Sporty Stuff TV and the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
135.
And just it quickly, whilst we get a chance, the answer to today's tungsten teaser, who had 100 average in the 2014 Lakeside World Championship? Well, it was Stephen the Bullet Bunting, who averaged 100.65 in the last 16 win against Dave Prinz. We saw him at the Super Series last week.
65.
Well, it looks as if O'Shea's going to pull a leg back here to make it 3-2. McGeeney would have the darts in the 6th.
58. Tony, you require 160.
It's going to get 6, may get 9.
60.
60 squares up for a ton, 200 in this leg between the players. O'Shea is going to get another 6 from this ton.
Tony, you require 100.
Been a bit of an off leg here for McGeeney. Now that's a nice lie for the treble. And that was exactly what he chased.
60.
And so, back for tops to half the arrears, to half the deficit.
$95. Tony, you require 40.
Tots for 3-2 for Tony O'Shea. Edging closer, surely can't miss.
No score.
They're two well-thrown darts. Really well-thrown darts. And can McGeeney win in style? Not to be this time, and so O'Shea will get another stab.
55. Tony,
to
require
pull it back
40.
To within 1. 10s. Has to shuffle across.
20.
But it deflects off the barrel on the other side.
90.
And so, to seal a 4-1 win to bookend his day with victories. Bullseye didn't even contemplate the treble.
65.
And he wasn't too far away.
Tony, you require
and so
20.
O'Shea is back for that double 10. Again, has to move across. That's a blocker.
No
and as
score.
you can see, it deflected off the first dart and into the double 15.
25.
And so McGeeney now to win a leg that he was completely out of to win the match. O'Shea left to finish and McGeeney was in the 300. But McGeeney wins the leg. McGeeney wins the match. He bookends his day with victories, getting the better of the Silverback by 4 legs to 1. O'Shea rooted on 2 points overnight. McGeeney getting the job done. A 1-2-4 high checkout in this match was most definitely the highlight. McGeeney then the victor against Tony O'Shea in our final game of the day. But the man at the top of the group is Neil Duff. The WDF World Champion is going to be the man to beat over the next couple of days. The bookmakers' favourites top of the table. And to describe everything that we have seen today, let's head upstairs. Glenn Dowen is chatting to Abigail Davis.
Yeah, thank you very much indeed, Henry. Glenn, it's been quite a strange day, hasn't it? Because nobody, until Terry Jenkins, had put down a real marker. It is the Bull who has put in the performance of the day.
Yeah, I think the top of the table, Neil Duff, will go away just a little bit disappointed. I think it was quite scrappy at times for him. You know, for the two guys there, they look pretty dejected, you know, the body demeanour and everything, and it's sad to see sort of Tony O'Shea because he's such a legend of the game to sort of be looking and feeling like that. And I think the one person who leaves today sort of quite happy with the day's work is Terry Jenkins because he has them gears.
And if you look at Mark McGeeney, how significant do you think that win could be? Because it's more than 2 points. It feels like more than 2 points because his mentality leaving here, his mindset, he could have been quite low leaving here, wondering whether he'd made the right decision. The fact that he gets to leave the building on a high, okay, it wasn't the greatest performance, but he got those 2 points. That could mean a heck of a lot mentally as much as on the board.
Absolutely. I think rest is key for Mark right now because he's got, he's got the talent. He's a, he's a Lakeside finalist, a Dutch Open winner, and, he virtually could have been a Pro Tour holder, going into today. I knew deep down, I think he was showing a bit of bravado this morning, and I think I had a feeling this morning that today was going to be tougher than he imagined. But he comes back. 4 points is not the end of the world. Lots of rest. Come back and show your fighting qualities. Be the gladiator you are.
Most definitely. Let's have a little look then at the league standings with 1 day complete here in Group A. As you just mentioned, Neil Duff, top, the only player on 8 points at the moment, but he's arguably one of the players who's thinking, I've done incredibly well here. You can take so many positives out of the fact he's still sat top, even though he's played nowhere near his best today.
Yeah, he's played his C+ game and on 8 points, and he could come tomorrow and play his B- game or his A game and only get 6 or 4 points. It was a strange day for Neil Duff, and I don't know how reflective he is because he's so confident. Everything he chats, I'm going to win this, I'm going to win that. I'd be keen to find out how he really felt about today, but for me, the guy, Terry Jenkins there, he had 2 little blips, but in between, that was pretty sensational.
And just a little word on Adam Lipscombe. He's got 2 wins under his belt. He's someone who, of course, went to Q School as well. He's just played 7 successive days. Do you think that arm might be a little bit tired at this point?
He's 30-year-old, honestly. I was practicing 6 hours a day and wanted more at 30-year-old, so I don't think it'll be... I mean, for someone like Tony O'Shea, Mark McGeeney, I didn't realize Mark McGeeney was 50 as well, so, playing 7, 8 days on the spin would be really tough on the body then.
What do you need to do to ensure that your shoulder, your arm, it's not hurting too much? Just stay off the practice board?
Oh, and I think they will as well, because I don't think the big practices is Tony and Mark, so I think exactly that. I think for Adam, he'd probably be back on the practice board, because when you're 30, like I said, all you want to do is throw darts, and it's only when you sort of reach your 40s and 50, you've got to manage that well.
Right then, the table is incredibly congested after the first day of action here in Group A. We will be back from 9:30 tomorrow morning to do this all again. We can't wait, and we'll see you there.